All right, welcome to Mad Dodge Productions. I am the Mad Libertarian. I'm joined here by Review the Earth and Staggerson Jags. You guys want to plug your channels real quick? Go ahead.
What's up, everybody? My name's Staggerson Jags. My channel is called Staggerson Jags. I do kind of skeptic stuff, like old school skepticism, actually taking on the woo-woo and the Christians. And I also do a character called Emmett Woosley that seems to be quite a kick among the people. So go check it out.
Yeah, I really liked your video you put out today, man. That shit was funny as hell.
Yeah, I was gonna do a response video today, but I just decided to take it easy and just use the Sunday to kind of hang out and clean up and do things around the house, fuck around on the internet.
You even put a dip in and you're just spitting in the cup like, God, daggone, yeah.
Well, I did one where I had like a jar of moonshine and the dip cup in the other one, and at the end of it, I accidentally take a sip of the dip cup, but I really took a sip of it, and after the credits or whatever, there's like an end screen, and then after that, it shows me like nearly puking, which is all
dude,
real.
I would have puked. I can't gut that shit. Oh no.
I used to get it all the time when I was younger, so I'm kind of used to it, but it's still pretty bad.
And Review the Earth, plug your website and your channel, brother.
Hey, what's going on? I am Review the Earth. Website is reviewtheearth.com.
Oh, he just dropped out. That sucks. At least he got his site out.
So, all right, is the world flat? I would argue to Mr. Ogre, if he ever shows up, that the world is motherfucking round. We have satellites and an international space station. Like, we know it's round, God damn it. Why are we even arguing about this in 2017? Fuck.
I'll tell you, this is the staple of my channel. This is what my channel's bread and butter is the flat earth stuff. I do videos about all kinds of other stuff, and I try not to focus too much on the flat earth thing, but I always go back to it because it's so silly to me, and it just seems to encompass everything that's wrong with the internet and what people think science is and what people think skepticism is. And it just blows my mind, and I don't know why I'm so fascinated by it, but I make a lot of videos about it, and I intend to make a lot of videos about it.
Well, no, and do they really think we're in a dome? Like, what is the dome over the flat earth? I don't get it. What the fuck?
Oh, dude. It's all about this thing right here. It's all in here. You go right here to the beginning, and it says that God put a fucking firmament to separate the right here. Let the waters under heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear. And dry land was called earth, and blah 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 blah. Or wait, did I skip it? Oh, right here. I skipped it. God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And so it was, and it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were first day. And so they think that the firmament is a dome that keeps the water above the dome, separate from the water below the dome. When it rains, I guess.
I would argue that would be more like the hollow earth theory. So you have the inside of the earth where there's the inner dome, and then the heavens would be us on the outside, on the crest of earth.
Well, the water under the dome is like the oceans and everything else. And then there's water outside the dome, too. Because it goes on to say
do flat earthers agree with the hollow earth theory also, or is that like antagonistic towards their viewpoint?
I think it differs. I think that the hollow earth theory, some hollow earth believers are also flat earth believers. But more often than not, the hollow earth believers that I've seen on YouTube believe that the earth is a globe, but that it's hollow and you can go in. There's entrances at the poles.
It's all very interesting stuff. I kind of fell into a flat earth hole there for a while just because I was trying to understand the argument better. And so I went through a lot of that stuff trying to like just look at what people were saying. And because I kind of found out about it in a weird way. I started watching this guy. what was his name? It's kind of a conspiracy nighttime. What's that radio?
Coast to coast.
Coast to coast guy. Yeah, what is his name? Steve. I
It's
don't
been
know.
years.
Chives? No, kidding.
Anyway, so he was talking about the Nazis at the South Pole. This guy believed that there was like the Nazis. They went to Argentina. Hitler escaped, all that stuff, and then they went.
Wait a minute. Hitler might have escaped. They just found a cache of authentic Nazi memorabilia in Argentina, behind a false bookshelf, like the straight up old school castle trick.
Well, it's well known that several of the old Nazis escaped to Argentina. I think that's a well known fact.
Well, yeah, and Hitler had doubles, so he could have faked his death. That could have happened.
Absolutely could have happened. That's what kind of got me started on the whole thing, because I was listening to this guy. What the hell's his name? Steve something. No. Anyways, he was talking about the fact he's kind of believes in like hollow earth and what are those giants or whatever, Anukis.
The Nephilim and the Anunnaki and
Naki is what he's talking about. Yeah, which I don't subscribe to know whether any of this is real or not. I just watch it because it's kind of interesting stuff, kind of spooky, weird stuff like unsolved mysteries kind of like thing.
Yeah, so like Ancient Aliens. Like I watch Ancient Aliens just to watch it. I don't believe what they're saying.
That's kind of what I was doing, and so that I would know what the arguments were if I ran across people that were fervent flat earthers or whatever. Because I don't really want to argue with them. I don't really have anything to go against them. I mean, because there's some arguments that I don't understand. Like I'm not scientifically minded enough to be able to discern certain things or to verbalize them.
Well, there's certainly hard questions. I mean, there's stuff I got to look up all the time. Like I was watching one video of a flat earther talking about the craters on the moon, and I kind of had to Google it to see why they're round. But what I learned is a quick Google search will fucking teach you the answer to that question.
Well, I mean,
anyway, sorry.
Well, you're good. When they hit Earth, I mean, they end up round. Well, I don't know what that's about or that argument.
Well, the guy's saying that the odds of a meteor coming in at a direct 90-degree angle on a spherical object are slim to none, which is true. And I'll give him that no meteors come in at a 90-degree angle. But he's saying that they should leave skid marks and elongated crater paths and stuff like that. What he doesn't realize is that what the crater is a fucking explosion that happens when the meteor hits the ground.
Well, yeah, it's the impact zone, right? I mean,
yeah.
Like if you look at Earth, has anyone ever seen one skid across Earth a long time? I've never seen that. I just see I've been to Meteor Crater in Arizona, and it's just a huge hole, like a huge volcano-looking massive fucking hole. You know what I mean? That's all there is to it. And I know that didn't hit at 90 degrees or whatever. So.
Yeah. He just says it's all fake or whatever. I don't know. Or God made them craters. They're not really from meteors or something. I don't know what he thinks.
Why would God just be like, bam, there's a crater, bitches?
Yeah.
I don't know, but he tried to prove this point by taking a fucking BB gun out and shooting the dirt with it. Not even a CO2 powered one, a little pump action fucking BB gun.
That's where they start going wrong, when they start doing like scientific experiments with BB guns and shit. It's like, okay, that's not exactly the same thing at all. So
I know I want to go out with a 308 and see if I can replicate its results.
Because I mean, I guarantee if you shoot a 308 in slow angle slope into the ground, it's gonna leave a skid mark. But it's not a massive thermonuclear explosion that's happening or whatever. So I don't
exactly.
Well, my guess is my point, because I like people asking questions, and I'm glad that people are out there trying to at least wrap their head around it, because it's in some way making everybody smarter, right? Because I feel like after looking at it, I'm like, well, I feel kind of dumb because I don't know how to answer these questions. My main sticking point for me, because of the scientific part of it, is when if you're in a helicopter and you elevate straight 90 degrees off the ground and the earth isn't spinning under you. Now that might seem stupid, and that's the point, right? Every time you even talk about it, that somebody can call you stupid.
Well, you're moving with the Earth. You are actually moving with the Earth. So when you take off, you've actually got momentum in the direction that the Earth is spinning.
See, and that's the part where that one just doesn't, I can't wrap my head around that. That's the only argument that I can listen to from them and be like, I really don't understand how that would work, because I can throw a ball.
Okay, have you ever been on an airplane?
Yeah.
And you can throw a ball up on an airplane and it'll land right back in your hand. It doesn't just go flying out.
Correct.
And
Correct.
it's the same thing. Consider the Earth the airplane and the helicopter the ball. And it's sitting on the Earth, and the Earth is spinning, and the helicopter is spinning on the Earth. As the helicopter takes off, it's still moving in the direction that it was spinning when it's sitting on the Earth.
Well,
it's not actually moving straight up, if you will. It's only moving straight up in relation to the Earth, if you count the Earth as a still object, which you can in terms of physics if you're not talking about anything outside the Earth, because everything's relative in physics. With motion and speed.
So, like, even after listening to that, I still, like, it's not enough for me to, like, you know, that's the one thing, like, I can't believe it one way or the other unless I prove that out, like, scientifically, go through the experiments, the physics of all that. And I never took physics. I'm not a chemistry guy. You know what I mean? Like,
okay, think of this. You're on a boat, okay?
Yeah.
You're on a boat on a lake or the ocean or something, and you're cruising along pretty fast, and you've got a little drone on the deck of the boat.
Yeah.
When that drone starts to take it, well, a drone's a bad example because a drone's so light that it's going to get caught by the wind and just fly back anyway. But pretend a drone wasn't so light that it just gets caught by the wind. As soon as you start to take straight up off, it's going to stay with the boat. It's just like the example of throwing a ball. If you're on a boat and you throw a ball up in the air, it's going to land back down in your hand. You don't have to throw it forward. You just have to throw it up because it's already got that forward momentum from being on the boat.
Well, that's what I think the drone, I never thought about that. But if you took a drone and put it, like, on the bow of the boat, okay, and let's take wind out of the equation. So, like, wind's not a factor. Like, you're in a vacuum or something, I guess. So you're driving the boat. As soon as you take off of the drone, the boat's going to keep going forward, but the drone is just going to go straight up in the air.
Not in a vacuum. The drone already has forward momentum when it starts taking off, so it's going to stay right above the bow of the boat.
But it's not going to continuously propel it, though. Like, it will for a minute. It will have
propel it through what? There's no air to propel it through. It's already got the forward momentum.
In a vacuum, exactly. There's the momentum in the vacuum will push you forever.
In a vacuum, there's nothing to stop its momentum that it's already got. Its inertia keeps it moving forward.
Okay, well, let me restate it. So you're not in a vacuum, but there's no wind. Like, just take wind is at 0 miles an hour.
It's the same. It's the same. It's exactly the same.
I mean, if I'm going on a boat and I'm 30 miles an hour, and then I launch the drone off the bow of the boat's going to keep going. The drone will go for a second, but then if it's just hovering straight up, it's just going to go straight up. The boat is going to keep moving under.
That's because there's air resistance on Earth, and the drone is highly susceptible to air resistance. All the air and the helicopter and the ground are all already moving at the same speed. When the helicopter starts to move up from the ground, its speed relative to the air does not change. It is to just move up with its same momentum, carrying it in the same direction the Earth was spinning in the first place. And it's easy for it to do so because all the air direction at that same speed.
So this is why it's also very confusing, right? Because it becomes like this, we're not scientists, but we explain it to each other, and no explanation is ever good enough to change anybody's mind, and it becomes just like, just a bunch of fighting and squabbling. So I guess my whole thing is that the Earth is round.
Well, you're talking about lift and drag, right? When you're talking about the flight of an aircraft leaving the atmosphere. So you're talking about lift and drag. If there's more lift, then they'll keep flying. If the drag pulls you down, then you're fucked. But once you leave the atmosphere, then your forward momentum will carry you on indefinitely.
Correct.
You could die, but the craft will still fly in that direction.
Right, but that's
and I think the misconception that a lot of people get into is that the atmosphere is part of the ball, and all the air around you is part of the ball that's spinning. So it's all spinning too. There's no drag outside the Earth. For a helicopter to move up and start moving backwards, that doesn't really make any sense, because not only is the Earth spinning, it's also moving around the sun, and the sun and the Earth and everything else are moving through the galaxy in what you might call an upward direction. Like the Earth goes around the sun thusly, and they go through the galaxy that way. So everything would be flying off in every which direction, but there's no static point. There's no stationary point in space. All motion is relative to what you're moving, to whatever you're comparing it to. Your speed is relative to the ground. If you want to measure an airplane flying west as compared to an airplane flying east, if you measured that from outside the Earth, the airplane flying east would be moving way faster than the airplane flying west.
Correct.
West is going against the spin of the Earth. The ground, in relation to the Earth itself, they're both moving at the same speed.
And that's kind of like the thing that, I guess that's what I was saying, is just that I don't believe that the Earth is flat. I believe the Earth is round. But I do know now, after looking into it, that there's concepts and scientific stuff that I'd need to like work it out on paper. And I'm not to where it's like, okay, well, I don't care enough about the issue to start like figuring out equations and getting into all that. There may be a time where I will, and that's the point where I would start.
Yeah.
That's where I would start. I would start trying to prove it wrong by figuring that equation out and proving out what happens when you jump up in the air. Why doesn't the Earth move under your feet? Or when you get up in the plane, why doesn't it spin faster moving one way than the other? You know what I mean? Like that's where I would start, I guess. That would be my starting point for trying to prove whether or not it's all real or not.
Just
the other
get
thing,
a physics book.
I don't care that much, because what would be the only thing to care about is that somebody would have known about this and then lied to us the whole time and purposefully, brainwashed us but is that, what's the odds of that?
Not only somebody, but everybody.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. How could you have a mass cover-up on that big of a scale? That doesn't make sense to me either. But
countries all over the world, every backyard astronomer.
Yeah.
Everybody, yeah.
That's the part
that doesn't make any sense.
It would be too much collusion for, it's not like you're saying, it's not one person's everybody in on it. And it's pretty crazy to think about that way. But I like, there's The Big Lebowski is like my favorite movie of all time. And Sam Elliott, the cowboy there, he's not like the dude at all, but he feels good that the dude's out there just doing his thing and being himself and doing the dude thing, right? So that's how I feel about flat earthers, and just a lot of people in general, is like they have their own ideas. They usually are good people, and they're just trying to figure things out. So the thing that I don't like is when people come out and just start demonizing them, making fun of them, telling them that they're stupid for believing this. That kind of stuff kind of irritates me a little bit. But just simple like trolling and stuff and making fun of it in like fun ways, that's fine. You know what I mean? But like
yeah, I'm a little condescending in my videos, but I feel like it's YouTube and fucking, you kind of have a space to be a little bit condescending on YouTube. And I don't mean to really deride the people that I make videos about. Like, actually, there's one guy that I'd like to actually get a hold of and see if I can talk to him on a hangout or something, and see if I can get to know him on a little more personal level before we decide we're just fucking outright enemies because we believe different shapes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I do think that ridicule is a good way to get third parties who are on the fence to kind of realize which side is right. Because one side has tons of evidence and one side doesn't. I know way more about why the Earth is round, learning how to debunk flat earthers.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out. And honestly, I used to be in the woo-woo and stuff, and I used to buy into all kinds of crazy shit. But flat Earth is so devoid of evidence, and it's going up against such a mountain of evidence that it's impossible for anybody with any kind of rational mind to believe, I think. Anyway, and I don't mean to insult anybody.
I saw your video on woo-woo or whatever, the crystal bullshit. I saw that. That was pretty good. The red licorice is just lame, huh? They didn't get shit.
What'd you say?
The red licorice on your crystal video. It didn't get any. Just, The fish that didn't get anything. The red licorice.
No, it was fruit roll up. The fruit roll up didn't get anything.
Oh, poor fruit roll up.
Because it was in the foil wrapper.
And you were moving your hand, right? Like that shit is just a slight little move of the wrist.
Yeah, of course. It doesn't take much. You don't even you don't have to do much. You can do it without even really thinking about it. There is a there's a name for it. I can't think of what it is, but if you think the pendulum's gonna swing, it's gonna fucking swing.
So you think it's the same thing for like the water sticks back in the day? You know, they're like, oh, there's water here. Dig, 10 feet.
Yeah, people still do that. I met people in real life that do that shit. And crystals and shit. I used to believe a lot of that kind of shit.
I own tarot cards, man, but it's more of a game to me. Tarot cards are entertaining.
It can help you figure things out and work through the problems you're having. It can help you identify what your problems are, and you know what I mean? It can bring light to what you really need to do at it.
Have you guys heard of Creepy Little Book on YouTube? You ever seen his channel? I just ran into him, not last night, but the night I passed out on Dodge's stream or whatever. I was in a live stream with him, just with other people, and like he showed up, and I've seen like a video or two of his of like months ago, and he showed up into this live stream and just killed it, dude. He knows everything about all that stuff. He's like a genius. He's really smart. Like I was like blown away, man. The guy really knows what he's talking about. I was like, wow. And I don't know, like we didn't get into flat earth or anything, but he's really smart on like New World Order type stuff, like he really knows his stuff, and he knows a lot about the occult and things too. And he was just like really good conversationalist. Really cool. I'd like to get a hold of him a little bit more, and I think he's gonna be a big one. He's just really interesting, and he's got a really cool delivery, I guess you could say. It's just awesome.
Yeah,
man.
that's cool. I used to be way into the occult and all that kinds of stuff. I want to actually make a series in the future about all the stuff I used to be into, but I need to just have it organized and well thought out.
What do you think about Aleister Crowley then? If you were into the occult, I've looked into it too, and Crowley is pretty interesting.
Yeah, Crowley's definitely pretty interesting. I never really looked into him specifically too much because I kind of felt like everybody else sort of did. I looked into a lot of just other stuff. I spent my time looking at other things, but about Aleister Crowley was definitely pretty interesting.
Yeah, I don't really know a whole lot about him. The occult was never anything that I was ever into, other than kind of knowing it was there on the periphery and thinking it was kind of interesting or anything. But I just never really got into it until Styx, Hex and Hammer 666. That's kind of when I like rediscovered it, because I just kind of blew it off as nothing for many years. I just wasn't into it or whatever. But when he started talking about it, because he was so versed on politics and I'm way into politics, I'd listen to his politics. And then he would have those occult videos. So I started watching some of them, and I was like, wow, this is really interesting. It kind of grabbed my interest when I started listening to him talk about it.
Well, yeah, kind of like EVPs and stuff. I know the paranormal stuff has been debunked, but electronic voice phenomenon is actually pretty crazy. And it's hard to debunk that, really.
What's that?
He's like ghost hunters, they run the digital recorder and then they find messages later on.
See, all that stuff is very weird because, like, as a musician, I'm just going to give you one kind of offshoot example. I have a guitar and a guitar amp, dude, and you will pick up some crazy shit off of that thing sometimes. Like, in the middle of a room, there's no AM antenna or nothing hooked up to it, and like, you plug it into the wall with bad grounds, and you will hear. I heard one time at band practice, dude, we plugged that thing in, we're jamming, and then we stopped for a minute, and the thing was still sitting there on my amp, and you could literally hear like some kind of preaching radio God show coming through the thing, and we were just like, what? We all freaked out because
Well, no,
Hard
that's not what we're
The
talking
radio. It
about.
picks up the radio. It picks up the radio. That's all it is.
Yeah, but when you're talking about EVP, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about
saying this like
voices.
weird phenomenons like exist like through the we things that like there I don't wouldn't even know what station that is. How would that be picked up? Like what frequency? Because you'd have to dial it in on a radio. It's just weird stuff. You know what I mean? Like I find it funny to really look into it that much.
Yeah.
But disembodied voices that are answering your questions, that's kind of weird, right?
I've never seen that, I guess, though. But it doesn't mean that I wouldn't say it doesn't exist either. See, that I'm like a skeptic on all sides.
Yeah, I'd like to see that done under controlled conditions. Voices answering people's questions. I've never even heard of it that extreme.
This is
You haven't watched
Heard of, like,
Ghost
people
Hunters
picking
on
up voices
Sci-Fi
saying
Channel?
weird shit. Oh, Ghost Runners are fucking so full of shit. They're so full of shit.
There he
You
is.
think so? I
There's
even
Ogre.
read their book. I thought they were pretty good.
So I just want to say this real quick, Stags. This is the second time I've noticed that clock behind you.
What?
It's always stuck.
We're in different time.
It's
We're in
always
different time zones, man. Just you.
fiction out. Pulp Fiction style.
That's a mighty tasty burger.
Mind if I wash it down with some of your refreshment?
That is actually. I say this about probably 12 different scenes in that movie, but that is my favorite scene in that movie, and I want everybody to recognize the fact that the camera doesn't leave Samuel L. Jackson's face for that whole time while he's drinking that soda, and just the tension that builds as he drinks the rest of that dude's soda, just staring at him as they both know that it doesn't matter that he just finished that guy's soda because he's not going to get any of that fucking soda ever again. Never going to taste that delicious beverage.
So is that poor white guy like the first cuck?
No, it's Jerry Seinfeld. That's what they call him in the online and stuff. They call that character Jerry Seinfeld because he kind of looks like him at the time, and it was during the 90s.
Well, and you could tell that was real soda too, man, because when he's guzzling that stag, you could see his eyes like water a little bit in the side. That was like straight up fuzzy ass fucking soda, and he was guzzling that shit. And yes, I gotta give it up to Samuel L. Jackson. Even Snakes on a Plane, he was still good. The movie sucked, but he was good.
Oh yeah. Oh,
I'm tired of these snakes on this goddamn motherfucking plane.
Bring myself to watch that.
Oh, dude.
So
it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch.
It's good, but it's not as good as Sharknado. Like Sharknado is really good.
Well, but they didn't bill it like Sharknado. If they would have billed it like Sharknado, like, yeah, this is a fucked up spoof kind of, they would have been better. But they billed it like it was a real movie, and the snakes were so fucked up. The CGI was. But Samuel L. Jackson, and he was great.
Remember when the snake bit that girl's titty?
Yeah, right. I know it's so gratuitous as fuck. Yeah.
She's swinging the thing around with snakes. Oh, that's good stuff, man. See, like Sharknado, what's your? I've never seen any of them, but the first one. But the first one I loved. I thought it was hilarious.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't watch Sharknado.
The second one, and my business partner's son loves. I think there's 3 now. I'm almost positive there is. I started watching 2, but it was just. I mean, when you got a show like that, you can't do 2 because Sharknado was fucking hilarious. But the second one was it was stupid.
When the first one, when the drunk beats that shark with the bar stool and stuff like that, dude, he's like, "I'll let sharks eat him." He's like, "Ouch!" He's yelling "ouch" and shit while the shark's like eating him alive. He's like, "Ouch!"
Ouch!
Ouch!
Well, it's funny because it ties in. What the other movie that Samuel L. Jackson was in with the sharks? What the fuck was that? Deep Blue or some shit?
A shark ate me. An effing shark ate me.
Yeah. What was it? Was it Deep Blue? Is that what it was called?
Deep Blue Sea. And he makes
Deep Blue.
he makes like a 5-minute speech, and then a shark just swallows him whole.
Fucking bites his ass in half and then swallows him down like nothing, like he's a fucking piece of chum.
Now that movie, I remember watching that in high school, and I've never seen it since. I watched it one time. I was like, "This is just a total piece of shit." I was like,
It was almost as bad as what was that, Anaconda?
Yeah.
With Ice Cube. Yeah. It was almost as bad as that. Close.
Well, I remember I went and seen that when I was in high school at the theater. Like, that was one of the first movies like we went to see it with girls and stuff, and it was like just a wild experience. We're like, wow, that was a terrible movie. Like, we hardly mentioned the movie and shit. You know? Good times though. Good date movie for high schoolers was Anaconda.
Hey, this is Mad Dodge's stream. I just realized that. Thanks, Mad Dodge. I was bored as fuck, man. I've been bored. Staggy, I can't believe you're not doing a stream. The one last night was fucking epic, dude. I actually fell asleep listening to you boys, and when I woke up, the screen was on. It's like stream ended an hour ago, and then so I put it back like where I fell asleep and listened to you and fucking Sleep the Geek, and then I just fell asleep again listening to it. Your stream of conscious streams are badass.
So
yeah, they're fun, man.
You did a good one last night because I saw you on for a minute, but I was on other streams and stuff too. Well, I guess it wasn't last night. I wasn't. It was the night before. Yeah.
Now, Sleep the Geek is me on crack cocaine. I mean, he is the fucking amped uppest motherfucker I've ever seen. I love him.
Sleep Geek?
Yeah, he's fun. He's cool. He's my homie. He's my bro skis.
I'll have to check that. I'll have to watch that.
Yeah, it's long. I might have to cut those stream of consciousness down. They take up my whole Saturday and they're fucking long. I might cut them down to like 3 hours and get some format in there.
That's the tough part. That is the very fucking hardest part, Stag. Is like knowing, is trying to get a format, dude. Believe me, I'm struggling with it now. It's very hard.
Oh, format is like big time. I've been thinking about that too, like, because you definitely want to have like a show and a show name and kind of format. That's kind of what I've been doing. Like, I've been kind of laying low for a while just because I'm like plotting and planning and website building and trying to figure out exactly what I want to do. I'm kind of like a perfectionist when it comes to that. I tend to not just jump in the pond and do it. I'll sit there and look at it and study it and all that for a while sometimes.
Yeah.
But format's kind of cool if you can get something down.
Well, in this Google Hangouts media, it doesn't really lend itself to format very well. You got to use an OBS or some other kind of broadcast software to have any kind of real format. And then I guess you got to use Skype to get other people in on your shit.
Yeah. Well, I thought about this. You guys ever watch like Pardon the Interruption or ESPN like sports show? You ever seen that panel show before?
Probably, but I don't watch that kind of stuff I don't watch TV at all, so.
Right, I haven't in years. It's a show that's been on there for years, but like Pardon the Interruption, you can go look it up on YouTube or whatever. It's like a show where there's one guy who's the moderator or the host, and then they have like 4 sports writers from across the country, and it's always a different panel, like 4 people, and they just go in a row. Like the moderator will say, okay, LeBron James just did this. What do you think? And then the first guy will say what he thinks. And then the moderator will actually like just give him a point or two. Like if he likes what he has to say, he'll kind of chalk up a couple points and keep like kind of a score. So loose, just to kind of keep it moving and interesting and stuff like that. And so at the end, the person with the most points will get to go on like a 5-minute diatribe on the show about whatever they want to talk about or whatever kind of thing. So, just stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I've been thinking about format, or even like I listen to Howard Stern. I'm not like an avid listener now, but I have a long time ago in the past at different points. And his game shows and stuff. I think if you could do like a panelistic type of game show or something like that would be really fun. I've been trying to think something up like that. Like maybe history quiz or something, something fun. I don't know. I've got some ideas I'm bumping around now. Always thinking, right?
Sure, yeah, that sounds good. And all I was talking about is more like presentation. It'd be a lot like if you look at shows like YouTube Saints or the Drunken Peasants, they go out live. They don't look like this. You know what I mean? They have a format screen. You know what I mean? They have screens and everybody's in their fucking special spots. And
yeah, see, I don't know. I've not seen that. I'm not like a noob to all this stuff, but I'm still like learning. There's still a lot for me to learn, I guess, at this point.
Yeah, so we could have this Google Hangouts is just one way to broadcast live. I could use broadcast software to broadcast basically my desktop show, and if you use that kind of stuff, then you can play music and videos and shit like that too.
Right.
shows like Drunken Peasants and.
I've done a little bit of that, but I've not a lot because I'm usually mobile. Like the Hangouts thing works great for my phone because it doesn't matter where I'm at, I can still join you guys. You know,
Yeah.
if I'm at like in transit or whatever, I try not to talk while I'm in transit, but at least I can listen and pay attention and bump in a little bit here or there. You know, but this is just amazing technology. Like this, when I saw first time I ever saw streaming was on Ogre's channel. I was like, dude, this is the future, dude. Like I was like, this is just insane. I never seen anything like it. I'm like, so we the people now can have our own little powwows and discussions, and we mean just as much as any other media. Like we have the power, the same power, dude. We're all doing it, and like, so I feel like we're first wave of these live streamers. You know, like the first YouTubers.
It's been happening for a while. People have been doing it for a while.
But not everybody's like really into it yet. They don't understand that this is the future of media in general, I think. Like we're going to see the mainstream media go away and we're going to become credible at a certain point.
Oh, sure.
I just want a third party to actually have their voice heard. I want somebody to be able to say, hey, fuck off Trump, fuck off Clinton. I have a better idea, you bastards.
And Mad Dot, on that point, like part of my website, and it's not, you know, on there yet where you can see it, but I have a plan. I have some plans about the future on how to get that happening, because one of my main platforms, whether I'm going to vote Libertarian or whoever I'm going to vote for, is always to push for third-party freedom. We need more voices in the debates. We need to get third and fourth parties in the debates. That is critical. So that's part.
Absolutely, and we need to get more people out there voting for third and fourth parties.
Yes.
Yeah, like I don't really entertain the Green Party's ideas. I think they're a bunch of commies, but I do believe they deserve a platform to talk about their commie bullshit.
And then there's some Green Parties that there's some Green Partiers that are absolutely not communist at all, who are absolutely great people who have great things to say. So if they just get squashed because they feel like calling themselves green, you know, and they're not exactly as green as others will say, you know, the whole thing is it's a crock of shit. I mean, the libertarians and the Green Parties, they know it's a crock of shit because I was there. Like I still am pretty much a libertarian. I just kind of, you know, go to the right a little bit.
You went a little alt-right.
No, I'm definitely like alt-light is what I've found out. I'm not alt-right for sure. I don't believe in racial politics.
Alt-light. So you want to bang Laura Southern. That's where you stand.
What's that? No,
It doesn't matter what you call yourself. Somebody can nail you down on some bullshit that you don't fucking think is true.
I don't even know what the Laura Southern thing is about. I mean, I watch her sometimes, but what was that about?
I said you wanted to bang her. What, you deny that she's not hot? You totally want to bang her. I want to bang her. Fuck.
She's hot. She's beautiful. She's a beautiful girl.
She looks tall. She might be too tall for me.
Yeah, well, she's not too tall for me. I can handle it.
I don't like girls that are way taller than me. It's awkward. I'm a 5'8". I don't need to be jumping around and shit.
See, you're perfect.
You gotta use a step stool to reach. Never mind.
Yeah. I don't need that. I don't need that shit. There's short girls I can date.
You're like perfect machinist height, man. Like that was always my problem with doing machinist work. Is everything is built for a 5'8" guy. So like me at 6'4", dude, I bend over like a foot to do anything. It's just like backbreaking for me. But that's funny. Like machines, just as a side note, machinists and machines are like usually built for somebody that's 5'8", 5'9", 5'10", somewhere around there.
Well, I ran. Right now, I program a CNC machine. I just do the programming for it. But I used to run it, and that was all just a laptop, pretty much. So.
Really?
Yeah, I just screwed down the plastic part, and I ran the program, and it cut it out. It was pretty fucking simple. I didn't have to bend down or nothing. I'm 6 feet tall, so.
Yeah. I mean, if you're 6 or over, that's when it starts to get the problem with the back. Anyways, or washing dishes or doing anything with like my countertop in my house. I built it 3 inches taller, and my sink in my bathroom is 3 inches. Everything's tall in my house, so I don't have to bend over for anything.
Dude, if I ever come over to visit, my old lady's gonna be pissed. She's like 5'8" or 5'9" or some shit. So she can't even reach the toilet in your house. Like, what the fuck?
Well, my toilet's not super tall. I tried to get that, but I didn't have enough money to buy one of those like $400 pimp toilets. But
Ground effects and like speakers and shit.
so did Ogre just talking flat Earth? Because I'm kind of interested. We don't have to go.
Ogre does think the Earth is flat, correct, Ogre? Or am I misinterpreting your words, sir?
He does.
Which is cool. Like
We lost review again.
Yeah, he'll be back.
And I don't want to speak for Ogre.
Yeah, neither do I. That's why I just posted the question.
As far as I know, that is
the case. We can move on.
Sorry if I bump out like that. I don't know why I keep dropping today. It's been like that for a couple days.
Well, at least you're not snoring. It's all good.
You're on a phone. I'm surprised you're coming in as good as you are. Most people have hella problems on their phone.
Really? A lot of people have problems with their phone? Because you usually don't. This is the most problems I've had. Well, ever since we ran into that Nazi that like potentially could have hacked and crashed our stream that I was on the other night, which is crazy. I don't even know how it's possible, but that is really kind of what it looked like. Anyways, this dude came in that the stream I was on, they let him on, and he just went straight Nazi, talking about executing people by like mass executions and stuff. So he got like, I wouldn't have, voted to kick him out because I was laughing at his ass. Like I was really like, it just went to mute, and I was just like dying laughing on the side, because I was on mute, but you could see me. And then somebody
he was really racist. Like he was arguing from that point of view.
Oh yeah, yes,
like for real.
Yes, and I at first I was like, I didn't know if it was real, but this dude sounded very convincing on like how real it was, because he was talking shit in the side chat, and then we were all drinking, so somebody let him in. Oh, there's Tigerson, right on. So yeah, somebody let him in to the actual chat. They just threw it out on Hangouts on the YouTube chat, and he came in there, and we're like, okay, we just want to hear what you have to say. Go ahead and talk. And he was like, well, we need to purge all the blacks. They started going straight up Nazi, dude. I was just laughing. I couldn't help it. I was like, this is insane, dude. And so somebody voted to boot him out, and then he got booted out. And then he was in the stream chat on the side saying that we were a bunch of cucks and that he was going to crash the whole stream and shit. And I'm not joking. 10 minutes later, the whole thing, everybody got kicked out and the whole thing crashed. It was done.
No shit. That's pretty crazy. Hey, what's up, Tigerson and Coffee? How you guys doing?
I was having like a really long Twitter beef today with some alt-right girl, and she was this autistic girl, and she was arguing that women were sort of genetically inclined to be liberals, while at the same time being a woman. And I don't know, maybe she's heard this argument so much that she kind of brushed it off or something. It was fucking stupid. And of course, her being autistic, it's very likely that Nazi ideology wouldn't be so, in favor of her genes being preserved, being autistic. So I think she's kind of but she just wouldn't let up. It was fucking. She went on for quite a long time, but yeah, that was something.
Are you talking about Storm After Rage? No, kidding.
No. It was someone else that's not very. Someone who was going after Danny the Dingo, and yeah, it was just fucking stupid. Anyway.
Well, speaking of the Nazi. Might be able to shed some light on the story. He was there.
Dude, are you talking to us from traffic? You're like standing in the middle of the road, or what?
You on a plane?
Riding on the outside of the bus?
Was that me? Sorry. I changed the room, and I was near
coffee.
Well, I joined in just to give you a little bit of a like some do's and don'ts when it comes to inviting people to hangouts. Some of my research, right, has led to the discovery that if that link gets out, anyone can join it.
Sure,
Now,
man.
but it doesn't explain the fact that there was some shadow person in our chat. So I don't really know exactly what happened, but I don't think it was what his channel name's the God of Awkward. I don't think it was him that really did anything.
Well, I'll throw it out because I don't really care. And if you really, really piss me off, I might boot you. But really, I'll listen to your bullshit and humor you.
Well, we were drunk and somebody probably got, I don't know what happened. But anyways, like, yeah, his name was God of Awkward on the side chat, but when he joined, it was
American Rebel.
Yeah. That dude wasn't, I mean, I took him as serious. Like, the shit he was saying was like straight up Nazi stuff, but like his,
yeah, but the whole chat, we were like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Wow.
Hang on there, man.
Yeah, it was like hardcore, dude. I was like, wow, man, that is wild.
Yeah. I'm like, I'm too drunk to do this right now.
Yeah,
Don't you guys think he was just trolling you, though? I mean,
possibly. He seemed cool when I talked to him in the hangout, like privately, so.
yeah, I mean, it's pop. Who knows? It was fucking funny though, and it was a good. It was a ratings fest, you know. That's what I was saying. It's like, well, it was interesting to say the least, you know. Got some people.
Well, we never got to Alien, which is what I wanted to talk about with BA.
Oh, you want to talk about aliens? Yeah, that's right. We were about to talk about aliens.
oh shit, what's BA up to? You want to send him a link for this coffee? I have him on Twitter.
I gotta jump off here real quick, but he'll pop in if he's interested. I'll tell you that. But he just you know, he's been moving and kind of busy, but he likes talking about, you know, action movies and whatever. And we wanted to have him on with the man streaming crew and just like get drunk and whatever. So we did a special episode with him, and it kind of went downhill from there. You know, I had been drinking pretty much all afternoon. Redbeard had. By the time we got on stream, we already had a lot of alcohol. So
I listened to the beginning of that. That was took a while for things to get going.
Yeah.
I need like 8 more subs, and then I'm gonna get totally shit faced on a live stream. I hope some people will join me shit faced too.
I'll be there, Bob.
At 100, I'm at 92 now.
I got stoned. Hey, I took off to make some beans. I come back and fucking Tyerson's here.
Yo.
Anyway, I'm just wanted to say that, and happy 4th, and y'all have a great weekend.
Absolutely.
Happy 4th.
You too, sir. Have a good one.
Later.
Yo.
No, Coffee's a really good guy, man. I like him a lot.
All right, so this is my channel, so let's talk a little bit of Game of Thrones. Anybody else watch that shit?
I hate Game of Thrones.
Why?
I don't watch TV.
I don't know whether I've offended you more than if I was a Nazi, but I fucking hate Game of Thrones.
I would prefer you were a Nazi. Like, how can you hate Game of Thrones?
In that case, gas the Jews.
Gas me,
Like,
bitch.
Tyrion is a pimp, man. Like, come on.
Not you, Ogre.
Yeah, I
Oh,
know.
that's the one Jew.
Hashtag not all. Hashtag not all.
I'm dying because I like Game of Thrones, but I watch it on View 32 where I don't have to pay for it or nothing. Does that make it okay? Because I don't watch TV either. I watch internet.
I pay $15 a month, motherfucker. So no, that's not okay, you bastard.
It just, you know, I'm with the beard buried on this. That, you know, all the sort of muscly men, they haven't got beards. They've got completely hairless chests. You know, it's just kind of like Hollywood.
I have a hairy chest and a goatee. Does that make me a man?
No, I'm talking about Game of Thrones. Like, each individual people can be each to their own, you know, but Game of Thrones is sort of trying to make perceptions about shit, and it's just fucking cancer.
Yeah, most everybody would have beards for sure, and I do love the show. I'm sure it's not perfect though, Tiggy, but I do like it because it's a soap opera with tits and killing.
I'm with Ian McShane on this. He was in an episode for it, and then later on he described it as it's just tits and dragons, guys.
Yeah,
he's a cunt.
He told everyone
He's a cunt.
He told all
Kids and Dragons.
boys to stop taking it so
I've never
seriously.
watched it, but that's a pretty good fucking sales pitch. I think I might actually start watching it now.
Yeah,
Just
it's
put it
true
like
too.
that.
I think they're
That's
better.
really all it is.
So, Plus that.
But Dragon?
Dude, I have a Stark banner on my wall, like right in
That
front of me. You
That
asshole.
teenage actress was named Maisie Williams. She's fucking irritating. I can't stand her.
Well,
She's like, oh my god, I'm Maisie Williams. Fuck off, bitch.
she's a child, man. She's a
Who
kid.
the fuck is Maisie Williams? Is she a kid?
Yeah, I don't have TV, so I haven't watched it.
She's a Corbynite, so I can't have anything to do with her.
Hey, review. I'll hit you up with my HBO password so you can watch it, dude. Just you, though. Don't dox me, bro.
Well, but at the same time, like I can go to the store and rent it. I just don't watch TV like at all, and I'm like I don't know. I'm just not.
That's fine. You can live with that.
Oh, dude, that HBO password will get you all sorts of cool shit. Band of Brothers, Pacific, Rome, like all sorts of cool shows. Oz, like HBO is pretty good.
Oh yeah, there's no.
Hello?
So,
Oh, sorry. I thought
we
we were gonna...
TV sucks, and all those shows that everybody was talking about suck.
Everything was better in the 70s, before I was born, obviously, but
Oh, Dukes of Hazzard.
Monty
The
Python,
only show I like is
Party Towers,
The Walking Dead.
then The Simpsons, Frasier.
Dude, The Walking Dead is the shit. Have you read the graphic novels? They're badass.
No,
I
no, I
can't.
might though.
I can't be bothered to care about things that are so overhyped in this day and age, because usually they're just sort of really kind of progressive things, but progressive these days means just being massively explicit or gory or violent, like American Horror Story. And American Horror Story is okay, but it's just like being shocking just for the sake of being shocking, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, it's so good."
I didn't like
I guess you could probably say that about The Walking Dead if that's the way you feel about American Horror Story. You might feel that way about The Walking Dead
No one has
too.
to care about my opinion, though. But
No. I'm just reacting to it in case anybody listening does. I don't know. Care about yours or mine. It is incredibly gory, incredibly violent, and it's incredibly shocking. But it's shocking in other ways. It's not the gore and the violence that sell it for me. It's the realism, if you will. Like if you suspend your disbelief long enough for zombies, then after that it's pretty realistic.
Yeah.
Like they end up having to kill people they really don't want to kill, and
I'd rather watch Shaun of the Dead.
Shaun of the Dead was the shit, dude. That was
Best
funny as hell.
Film behind
Yeah,
Hot
that was
Fuzz,
a good
of course. If anyone's seen that.
I haven't watched Hot Fuzz. I heard it wasn't as good as Shaun of the Dead.
Oh, it's fucking awesome, Hot Fuzz. It's so good. It's one of the last good Simon Pegg films. Unless you like Star Trek or not. The new Star Treks.
Oh, Star Trek is the shit, man.
Is it the Star Trek feature films, the recent ones? Like, not the old series. The old series is good.
I prefer like Deep Space Nine and shit, but I'm okay with the new films. They're alright.
Yeah, they were good for their style. I think they need to quit getting the same director to direct every movie, though.
The Star Trek, the original TV series is like the best stuff ever, dude. I still watch that to this day. I got the Blu-rays on that. Like I'll pop that. That's like my stuff. That's what I watch. Still watch old Captain Kirk give a double axe handle.
No, like TNG, Deep Space Nine. That's the shit I watch. Enterprise actually aged pretty well. It's a pretty good show. Nobody knew about it back when it was on, but it's not bad.
Yeah, the old school Star Trek, dude. I just can't get off of that. Like Spock and Kirk back in the day. It's definitely my.
It's Trek.
My dad
not Trek. Like you're taking a trek through the wilderness. It's Trek, not Trek.
This one called Star Trek.
Bloody fucking hell, man.
The Britisher would have a fit over that one.
Oh, the British would just have a fit about anything, really. Still doesn't even follow me. Still doesn't even follow me on Twitter.
Oh,
Okay, Ogre,
I
you're here. So why is the world flat? And can you give us 5 reasons that prove it is?
Oh Lord, you really want that right now?
Yep, I want to go. I said it one live stream. I was
five
joking.
reasons. 5
I
reasons.
was joking, Ogre. I was like, oh, and the world is round. Fuck, Ogre. And everybody's like, oh, shots fired. I'm like, I'm kidding. I like you, Ogre. But why?
I know, and you can disagree with me, but if you really want 5, I've got them ready.
I'm ready. Shoot.
Okay. We'll start with probably an easy one. If the world is round, it is nowhere. It's way larger than they say because it does not drop 8 inches per mile squared by the mile, period. That's demonstrably untrue. So if the world is round, it's 30, 40 times the size they say it is. That's one. Number 2, if the world is round, you could not possibly see Chicago from Grand Rapids, Michigan, because at 8 inches per mile squared by the mile, just the very tips of the Chicago tower of the Sears Tower should be visible. The rest, but you can see the very base of the buildings from, I think it's 85, 89 miles away. That's 2.
It's not a perfect sphere.
Oh, well, I've heard that argument. So it's not a perfect sphere. Okay, wait. I'm going on to one that will address that. You said 5. I'm only on 2. Number 3, oceans on a globe. Tigerson, shouldn't it be regular on the ocean? But yet you can see a ship 100 miles out to shore. You can see where the hull touches the water with a telescope. You can see that easily. You can go to many, many things I'll show you. I don't want to take too long on all 5 of them. So that's 3. You can see a ship on the ocean, which you can't say the ocean's not regular because water levels itself, mate, or we have to change all kinds of shit if you want to say that.
Not regular.
Okay, 4, the higher you go, the more the horizon rises up to meet your eyes. And you can watch the highest skydive ever taken place. And when the camera's behind the guy and he goes to jump out, and it's not a fisheye lens, you can see a flat plane as far as you can see with the horizon rising up to meet the eyes. 5, NASA's a fucking joke.
Elaborate on 5. I got to hear more on 5.
Oh, Lord, that would take longer than the first 4 did. So the Stanley Kubrick invented NASA and did forward projection for all of their shit. They do it in pools now and use the vomit comet. Nobody's been in space.
Ogre, it would cost more back in the 60s to fake the moon landing than it would cost to actually do it.
Oh, yeah, I bet they
paid
Stanley Kubrick a shitload. I bet he did make a fortune now.
Bloody hell. Tigerson, you had some contrary points. Go ahead, sir.
Well, the ocean's not completely the same level all the way around because the ocean gets pulled by the gravity of the moon, and that's what causes the tides and all that crap. And but apart from that the fact that you can see ships resting on the ocean.
Yeah, from 100 miles away.
Well, that's because the horizon's not actually that far away when you're at sea level.
100 miles? It's no, Tigerson, it's 8 inches per mile squared by the distance. You know math. If the world is 24,000 miles around, it's 8 inches per mile squared by the distance. At 100 miles, holy fuck, the ship should not only be out of sight, it should be 10 ships, 20 ships should be out of sight. So anyway, I mean, and yes, the science though, folks, whether you like it or not, even if I'm wrong and the world is round, the science is on the side of flat Earth, folks. Go do yourself some, your own research. I
agree with that. I've looked at both sides, and I'd have to say the science is most definitely on the side.
Okay, you looked at both sides,
rounder.
or did you actually get a telescope? You live out in the desert, Stag. Perfect place.
I've looked at.
Perfect place.
Yeah, I've looked around. I see the moon go down over the fucking horizon, not disappear off into the distance.
No,
it's see the curvature of the sky as I look up.
The horizon's at your eye level, sir.
Not
so
at your eye level. The horizon.
Okay, and listen. I'll tell you what.
Level,
you live
kind of. Hold on, I live in a mountainous area, so nothing around here.
Go to Salt Lake City and start heading toward Wendover, Nevada. And when you do, you'll go by the Morton Salt Factory on the north side of the road, and you'll start to see this statue of fruit that's out in the middle of the desert. The highest point of it might be 35 feet. You know, it's like if you know, you should know what I'm talking about. If you've been to Wendover, there's this weird sculpture on the side of the fucking, right in the salt flats. It's about 60 miles before you get to Bonneville. And it's like, wow, what is that? But you can see it. Oh, I mean, I would have to go back in my logs because I've done logs about this. You can see it 40 miles away, I'd say. That son of a bitch cannot be seen in a world that's 24,000 miles around. Sorry, Staggy. But I don't think that you've actually done the physical research, which I've done, and it blows me away. I wish that the fucking world was round. I really do.
All right, let's give Stags his
Where's the end? Where's the end?
Because I want to hear this. Go ahead, Stag.
Me? I was saying that scientists have shown how light can refract over water at those distances, kind of things over land, and I'm not really familiar with what you're talking about, but there's lots of reasons to think that the Earth is round and that gravity is real. Then what the Earth?
Oh, I think you asked me a question. You roboted a little bit if you asked me a question at the end.
I said if gravity is not real, then what pulls everything towards the Earth? And if gravity is real, a simple understanding of physics necessitates a round Earth.
Well, that's kind of funny because you can't listen. Empirical science has to be reproduced. So there has to be some kind of gravitational pull, even on an iron ball this big around, Staggerson, but no one can reproduce that. They make great.
Yeah, when you drop it from your hand and it falls to the Earth, it'll pull it to the Earth.
No. What I'm saying is, if the world, because of its mass, has gravity, which I believe in gravity, a force that holds us to the Earth, but not because of mass. Because if mass created gravity, well, then a large iron ball would show some properties of mass. Also, Stag,
it does.
Basketball.
It does. All objects have their own gravitational force.
Oh, would you show me some kind of scientific proof to that, sir? Because you'd be the first.
Anything that you can see at this scale that you're talking about is
Newton's law of gravitation. Every single object in the entire, every single individual object has a gravitational pull towards it. It's just all of them are absolutely minuscule in comparison to the Earth.
Oh, okay. Well, but that's not true because we can't take an iron ball, which is very dense, and make it huge and test any kind of gravitational pull. I've seen a lot of studies on it, man. And they give reasons why. They always say, well, the world's so huge.
We do tests on other objects nearby. We observe them. And
Lord, why the fuck did you ask me about flat Earth with all these people in here, dude? It's round, folks. And water sticks to a globe spinning 24,000 miles around. It just sticks to it. And it's chasing the Earth is chasing the sun. The Earth is spinning around the sun at 180,000 miles an hour, spinning around 24,000 miles an hour, and the sun is shooting through the Milky Way galaxy at 120 million light years an hour. And we can't feel a fucking thing, man. Isn't that amazing?
It is.
120 million light years an hour?
I might have that number wrong. I might be 120 million miles an hour. I might have that last figure wrong.
You might have that
feel anything because those speeds are constant. When you're moving at a constant speed, you don't feel anything.
So you can't feel it when you're on a train or a bus or an airplane? You can't feel it?
You're in an airplane going 700 miles an hour. You don't, unless you're speeding up or slowing down.
Oh, yeah, you can feel the turbulence.
Yeah, and then you feel it.
An object remains at rest if they're on Earth.
Very relatively. Objects in motion tend to stay in motion unless acted upon by an equal or unbalanced force. I mean, I understand all that stuff, but all I would ask you boys is, I know it's hard to wrap your mind around because the first thing they told you is 1 + 1 = 2 and the world is round. They told you that before you had a math class or a geography class. But I would just suggest that you go out on your own because it'll blow your mind if you do it on your own, and at least.
No, I was perfectly
questions. That's all I'll say.
I was perfectly skeptical of a round Earth when I was like 5 or 6.
Well, no, and we can let Ogre have it.
I have an Australian guy on my stream all the fucking time. He was on there yesterday. He's in Australia, other side of the planet. In a different season, in a different time zone. No, they don't see the same constellations we do, and they also see the stars rotate in a different direction.
No, they don't. I can share. Well, man, please send me the link on the side chat here, Stag, because I'd love to see that. They actually see the same constellations we do, which would be impossible. They see the North Star How
They
could
can
you
see
do that?
some.
from
They can
below
see
the
some.
Earth?
They can see some of the same constellations we do. They can see some of the ones that are off to the side. But at the South Pole, they're not seeing the same constellations. They're
We have
seeing the
different. We'll explain time zones then.
Well, because the sun is traveling around above us, about 3,000 miles above us. And,
But then we'd always see it.
and-
And we don't always
no,
see
you
it.
wouldn't always see it if you were. If so, you're saying, in other words, if I was in a helicopter shining a light down on you and I kept flying away at the same distance away from you that I was, you would see that light forever. Is that what you're
Well, the
saying?
sun is a lot brighter than any light you could
Oh,
have.
what if I made the light really, really fucking bright? You're not. You can scale. So listen, if it's not scalable and not reproducible, Tigerson, it's not fucking empirical evidence, son. I'm sorry. You're arguing against what you're learning right now in school as far as empirical evidence goes. You're arguing against it.
Okay, well,
How do you
let me
know
break
I-
this bubble
so there's
up.
no
real quick.
empirical
Wait a minute, it's my channel. Let me break this up real quick. International Space Station, over. They're in orbit. The world is round.
I have seen
They're not.
international-
They're not there. That's a
They
joke.
are
It's a
showing
fucking.
it live. Like
I have
I can
seen
go on.
Yeah,
a
they're
live
showing you
Facebook
something like.
and
Hey, listen, I can see you watch Game of Thrones. They're showing you people getting their fucking head cut off, man. You got to be kidding me, man. It's a trickery.
I've seen the International Space Station with my own eyes. I saw it fly overhead.
I am the great and powerful Oz. Pay no attention to the ogre. He is a fool. The world is round.
Wait,
I have. I've seen the International Space Station.
now that is a good.
I've seen it. It was quite far away,
Did
but
you
I saw
look through your telescope or what?
Hey, listen,
this out.
let me fucking smoke another joint and I'll tell you how the earth is hollow and demons are flying out of the fucking North Pole. Give me a second.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Ogre. I can argue with you about Hollow Earth. I can go with you on that one.
Oh,
But the
Lord.
Earth is
Now,
round.
here we go. Oh, fuck. That's crazier than the shit I was talking. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Hollow Earth is crazier than a flat Earth?
No, I don't know. No, I shouldn't have said it that way. I just thought, well, you're going to argue that. Fucking A. It makes me look at least partly sane. So go ahead.
I'll argue any point, really. I just like arguing.
Me too, bro. Me too. No, I would like to believe it's round, though. But all the surveyors that I've asked in Michigan here, they all like, no, it's flat. I mean, I don't know. I mean, everybody that I've asked that actually deals with the circumference of the Earth says it's not. If it's not flat, it's not 24,000 miles around, folks. It's got to be Magellan. I mean, all of the people that circumnavigated the plate or the globe, however you want to see it, they all say it's 64 to 68,000 miles around because they were following the rim, which is what some people call the Antarctica, and they all came up with 64 to 68,000 miles. Magellan, Captain Cook.
You sure you're not
All of
getting 24,000 mixed up with the diameter?
Also,
Well,
did
yeah,
you
no,
know you
and
can't go to?
they-
Did you know
if
you
they
can't go to
measured it
Antarctica?
from the north, then it wouldn't be. The Earth kind of bulges in the center. So our circumference would be larger than.
Yeah, you're right, man. It's an oblique spheroid. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I got a big old pecker because I'm black. It's an oblique spheroid, folk. I like Satan, man. Satan's a fucking man.
This is my whole thing with flat Earth. Is it's a wonderful thing. I just find it's fascinating to no end. The amount of like bickering back and forth, and I don't know, maybe that says something about like my position or something, but like I love it all. I love the people who want to argue for a flat Earth. I love people who want to argue that around Earth. I love the controversy. I just love controversy, man. I like seeing people like like you were saying earlier, choose their hill and die on it sometimes. Like sometimes you just got to do that, man, and you might not always be right, but it's fun. And
Where's the edge of the Earth?
what's that?
Dude, I'm not
really.
going to answer that. That's for me. I'm not going to answer, but I'll say this. You know what? You hit the nail on the head
Oh,
there.
I thought you'd done the research, Ogre.
Well, I would just the edge of the Earth in my mind is Antarctica. But you hit the nail on the head there, Clint. And for me, I love it because of all the research that I've done personally, physical, looking into it with telescopes and this. I will say this. I love shit that I can look into. I got done with the New World Order. I mean, I got done with the Rothschilds and I got done with all that shit, man. And so this is something I can endlessly debate and endlessly look into. I don't really give a fuck if it's round or flat. There's the honest to God truth.
Yeah, no, for sure. And choosing your hill to die on, my hill would be like the Civil War. That's the hill I choose to die on. I'll argue.
Well, God bless you. Take us there, man. This is your stream. I don't want to get harangued about this anymore. Cognitive Thought will have this on his channel tomorrow. Be like, the ogre is a fucking moron. Look at he believes it's flat Earth and blah blah blah.
I really don't think Cog watches my channel.
Oh man, but he stalks me. God bless him. Oh, I didn't mean that. That's holy fuck, man.
Anyway, no, moving on. But
I love you,
my
Cognitive Thought, and God bless you and your family. I mean no harm. I come in peace.
Since it's secession weekend, 4th of July, I would argue the second secession movement was a good thing. And that they weren't fighting over slavery, they're fighting over tariffs and taxes. Just
yeah,
like the
tell
war. And that's my hill that I will fight and die on.
Well, since it's your channel, expand on that a little bit, because I think we might be on the same page on this. So, in other words, you remember when the fucking great big monkey looking dude with the top hat said, "I would never entangle the states in a war over slaves."
No, he wanted to deport all the slaves. He Lincolntonia or whatever the fuck he wanted to call it. That arrogant fuck. Like, he was not friendly towards the blacks. He was a racist. And that's just a fact. And most of the people back then were racist. I mean, like,
and now they call him the great emancipator. What a fucking joke.
No, the only thing wrong with John Wilkes Booth is he was 3 years too late. AMC's not around, but if he was here, he'd say something.
Dude, I can't even. I want to agree with that, but I can't publicly. What did you say? John Wilkes Booth was 30 years too late?
3 years too late. If
he
would have did it, if he would have did it in 1861, the war would have been won. Fucking idiot. He waited too long.
That's the best thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, and that's. I gotta go ahead and disagree slightly with that, because while I'm not gonna bolster him up as a hero or anything like that, I still, I disavow political violence, and I guess that's my hill I'll die on.
Oh, you're just trying to promote your fucking website. You're like, I'm not for assassinations. Wink, wink.
Maybe.
I would also like to say that I am not for assassinations.
Well, I'm not necessarily for political assassinations, but if you would have did it in 1861, there would have been a big change in the politics. You know what I mean? Like, in 1865, that was too late. Fucking idiot.
I'd probably be in favor of the assassination of Kim Jong-un, but probably someone else would take his place immediately. So
probably just as bad. And I gotta say, Staggerson, bro, I've never said anything untoward on your flat Earth videos. I just got to throw this in. And I've also promoted your flat Earth videos because I do believe that no matter what I might think in my fucking insane cabeza, diversity of ideas, and you're really good at you pissed them off so bad on that one video. You had the fucking hordes, you had the peasants coming with pitchforks and torches, mate.
Well, no, and Ogre, man, like, I didn't want to dogpile you, dude. It was really, I wanted to talk to you about flat Earth.
Oh, no, it's cool.
While, so.
I could take it, and we can do it anytime again or whatever. But I'm just saying, because Staggerson, I find myself getting boisterous, and I was fucking blabbing over him and whatnot. And I really do respect what he says, though. And I'll tell you, if you want to see a really good video, if you haven't, about flat Earth and the takedown of said, go watch Staggerson Jags, man. His little flat Earth, what'd you call it? Flat Earth moron or flat Earth asshole. Fucking man, he just destroyed this guy. Yeah, I know, but you like slowed him down. You were like, he talks so fast, or you sped him up.
I did sped him up, yeah, because he talked so
really
slow.
cracked his ass, man. It was great. Oh, anyway, sorry, I wasn't trying to steer it back on flat Earth. I would just realize that I was being an overbearing ogre like I usually am, and I got a lot of respect for Stag or anyone else that disagrees with me, especially people that agree with me. I don't find a lot of respect for.
Aren't we? We're friends, right?
Yeah, I'm over. I just wanted to say it, Stag, because I realized I was being a dick to you, man, and I wasn't really trying to be. It's just a natural ogre.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
The other thing I was going to say was going back to the Lincoln thing for a second, that and I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. I was trying not to fill. I was trying to fill dead air.
No, it's my damn fault. I was the one that took it off a completely great subject. Sorry.
Oh, well, that's what it was. It was, we need diversity of opinion. It was back to just the concept of diversity in opinion, listening to each other. Maybe we don't always agree about something, but trying to talk it out, work it out. The thing that I always go back to real quick is like reality is malleable. I can learn new things. My objectivity is always open for discussion until I find like I've found the answer, I guess. So I find Ogre's discussions very interesting. I find Staggerson's very interesting. Maybe that's.
I want to say on that I think too many of us kind of we might say how much we appreciate diversity of opinion, but we'll always have some kind of topic or advocacy here or there which will strike a nerve with us and will very much cause us to act in a way that contradicts our, advocacy of diversity of all opinion. Well, I certainly do.
Absolutely, yeah. Like I have my biases, and I'm sure you guys do too.
I think people hold themselves to too higher standards about being so open to freedom of ideas and all this. All of us have slight things here and there that kind of strike a nerve in us that will make us want to go against that. And that's fine as long as we can just try our best to limit the number of things that do that, but also just be conscious that we're all fucking human beings and we all, we're all hypocrites as well. So
damn right. Well
I just think people need to kind of tone down a bit on the whole kind of complete diversity of opinions without sort of ignoring human nature in a way,
Point taken, sir. Good point.
Absolutely. And like I was talking about reaching out to the Greens or whatever, and like Mad Dodge was saying, well, some of them are a lot of them are like communists or whatever, which is probably somewhat. There's probably a nugget of truth there, but I think that the way forward is to try to reach out to these people. Like we can sit here and party like fraternity brothers all day long and have a good time, but we're not really changing anybody's mind if all we're doing is just hammering the same stuff. Like I think my thing is like try to reach out to people and try to not convert them, but just have discussions and maybe they'll figure it out for themselves type of thing.
Yeah,
I think we'll die on. I got a hill I'll die on.
I guess so.
I say pineapple on pizza is the best. And if you don't like pineapple on pizza, you're fucking just a pineapple phobe. And it's a fact that 99.9% of people that pineapple on pizza latent tendencies.
I love pineapple on pizza, man.
Ferguson,
I love it.
Yeah, I'm cool with Hawaiian.
You know what I was saying? You know what I was saying earlier about things that strike a nerve with us when we don't like them. Yeah, the hill that I will die on is pineapple on pizza because pineapple on pizza is fucking awesome, and you should kill yourself.
So are we all?
It is awesome. That's what I said. It is awesome.
I think you should be kicked out of this stream. You are on par with Nazis.
Jeez, oh, peace.
No, did you misunderstand me? I was saying pineapple on pizza.
This is where my
awesome.
free speech advocacy ends. Here.
I think you misunderstood me. Did you say it's awesome?
I love it, dude. I love pineapple pizza.
I'm going to use some of my friends' name. I'm going to tweet fucking chat out to everybody I know. Not the chat. I mean, I'm going to tweet this this thing where people can see it out to all the famous people I know right now. I think I got a couple more in here. Come on, hang out, folks. It's fucking Mad Dodge. Chill out, man.
You misunderstood me, Tigerson. I was saying pineapple's amazing on pizza, and anybody that doesn't like it is just a pineapple phobe.
They can go to hell.
Oh, right. I misheard you.
Pineapple phobes.
Sorry about the misunderstanding there. I know we speak a different language. It's hard to understand each other.
I'll take that back. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like stuffed crust.
No hard feelings.
I like the mozzarella cheese in the crust.
That's
fucking good.
Dude, Trump loves cheese in the crust. Dude, he uses that like on that fake news video. He eats it backwards. Or the Love the Flow video. It's like he's on a Pizza Hut commercial when they first came out with the cheese crust backwards.
Yeah, he's eating it backwards. That's fucking great.
It's the Trump dimension, B.
Dude, the best tune I've got so far is the fake news one I got from you. You've given me like my 5 best ones though, Clint. The fucking Bone Blood, Fucking bone broth, man. That's fucking hilarious, dude.
Freaking frog's gay.
No, Ogre, you should have played Stiff Upper Lip, though. That's a good song about Britain.
I got some from you, and I got my other channel. When it's I got like 2 from you, Mad Dodge, and I was scared to fucking play them. I've got to look now and see if that got took down because a couple dumb shit I might have done. But I've got the other channel that I just go on during the day that hardly nobody knows about, and I just play songs and see if they work. But the ones you sent me today, I've saved them. I hope that I probably got it fucking taken down anyway. I should have played them.
I don't think they would have took you down for that. You're kind of publicizing them. You know what I mean? They're a newer band, I believe.
Did you guys hear "I Want to Tax You" by Bernie Sanders? Did you hear that remix?
No, not yet.
I want you. I want to cap you. I will take that suit right off your back and then your hat too.
Hey, if you're not black, you don't know what it is to be poor.
You have no.
I'm Bernie Sanders, and I approve this message.
That is a awesome Bronx
Too
accent.
often I see Americans whom the system has failed.
Good job with your New York
Good
accent.
enough,
Ogre.
America.
I know I'm like too centrist for my own good. Like I go, I don't like Trump, and I didn't really like Hillary either. And they're like, oh, Bernie, and I'm like,
No, you
Gary
like what,
Johnson?
Cruz? And I'm like, no.
Gary
They're like,
Johnson.
who did you like? I'm
Shit.
like, I didn't like anybody.
Oh, the
Didn't like any of those
libertarian,
people.
man. Sanderson, join us. Join the dark side.
I don't know. I have libertarian tendencies. I do.
Everyone was
Then
between a
join
rock
us.
and a hard place and a pile of shit and Gary Johnson.
Do I need like a membership card or something?
Can we like erase Gary Johnson's memory of like libertarianism because he's not a good representative?
Oh, I
feel
know.
like- oh, fucking
Basic
hell,
Egg
Clint.
Johnson, yeah.
Seriously, I'm putting my tinfoil hat on about Clint keep getting dropped from the stream.
It's .gov. It's the
The
.gov
NSA.
Illuminati people. Yeah, but it's NASA.
Not NASA.
NASA. Heck.
Bloody
I don't
fucking
know.
hell, man.
Get your shit together, Clint.
Ever since I talked to that Nazi, I just keep getting booted out constantly, dude. What's that?
Well, there's no Nazis here. I hate Nazis. I'm not a big fan.
By Nazis. By goblins.
We
I
could
don't-
all be Nazis if you ask the right people. I'll bet we're all Nazis if you ask some people.
Oh, white libertarians. We're right there with Richard Spencer, right? We're in the hit list.
Oh god.
I just
We're in
don't
the
see any.
sucker punch list anyway.
I just don't want to see.
I hate fucking that dude, man.
Yeah, I don't.
Sucker punch me on the street. Though. That's what I want one of those guys to do.
Don't want to punch Richard
Come on.
Spencer, but I just think he's a fucking asshole.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to see
People go around punch.
Richard Spencer. I don't want to see anybody in bed with Richard Spencer. You know what I mean? That's a goblin.
Oh, what? Wait a minute.
Well,
You don't
I
want
want
the
to see-
fucking white nationalist porno on Pornhub? Come on now.
If someone
That
made
shit will
some
sell big.
if someone made some cartoon Richard Spencer gay porn, he might not like that.
Do you think that he's like the other guy? Do you think he's just trolling, or do you think he actually means what he's talking about?
He
No,
means
I
that.
think
He means what he's
He-
talking about. Yeah.
Humans can believe all sorts of weird things, so you know.
Oh, for
No,
sure.
he really believes in a white nationalist state. Like, he said that. And that's
Now-
stupid because multiple cultures help create America. That's what we came from.
Some cultures are better than others, but
Yeah, obviously. I'm not cool with, Osama's brother coming over here and starting a mosque. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not
Thomas'
cool with
brother.
that.
Which brother? You talking about Jimmy? He's cool.
Or
I'll
Carter.
vouch for Jimmy. I'll vouch for Jimmy. Jimmy's cool. Jimmy knows how to
Well,
party. He'll bring over a bunch of chicks too.
Like people like Malik Obama. I want people like Malik Obama here. You know?
Dude, all that popped in my head was shut up, Tyree.
Ah.
Yeah, Malik Obama's pretty cool. He tweeted about Kekistan one time and I made a video, and then it was like 2 hours later he deleted the tweet. It was like some mega viral tweet. He's like, I'm down with Kekistan. And like everybody was giving him love. And then Obama's brother, Malik.
Oh, Malik, yeah. He's
I
great.
want the Kekistani flag. I gotta get that.
I'm waiting for them to do Kekistani flags with the brown lines on them and the Star of David, just to piss off the alt-right.
Oh God, damn it!
The new Kekistani flag.
I like how you call it the Kekistani flag still, even if you're changing it to something else. You know.
Oh well, the idea
it will always be the Kekistani flag now.
We're just truly expelling the alt-right from Kekistan.
I think Kekistan took that flag. You know what I mean? And it's now the Kekistani flag. Kekistani flag now.
Flag appropriation.
Took it, they turned it green, and they deflated the fuck out of it and made it into a big ass joke.
Exactly.
Which is amazing. Joke, that's the whole point. So yeah, it's a real joke.
No, it's just real.
No, it's not a joke.
Not a joke. It's real.
It's my religion, my shitposting religion.
Well, yeah, no, and I fucking hate all the normies.
I hate normies.
I don't hate anybody. See, I want to reach out to the normies because I think that's where we'll find success. I think that's where I'm at. Whether I'm right or wrong or off base on that, I don't know. That's what I think we have to try. Real life, that, you know, they're really good people. They're just very confused about what's going on, and they're very normie. And I don't hold that against them because we have a whole system that's made to brainwash the shit out of you and turn you into their, you know, useful person. They're basically using the media to lobotomize everybody.
Well, yeah, no, and we have our internal war with Kekistan, so we have to worry about that.
Yeah, I like cucks. I feel for normies. I don't really feel for cucks. I mean, you got to come off of it. But even then, if you can turn a cuck into a normie, that's something, you know. And I don't want to turn anybody into anything. I want them to have the lights go off in their head. That's be my goal.
No, I do. All of you become libertarians, you bunch of bastards. All 5 of you watching this, become libertarians.
I sort of am already.
I believe in, I'll switch sides if I believe in something. That's why I voted for Trump, because normally, I mean, I mostly am 85% plus libertarian, really.
Well, Trump was a populist, man. He was not libertarian. He was very populist and kind of moderate. You know what I mean? He's in the middle.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is I'm not like a hardliner libertarian. Like, I'm willing to compromise and work with people and try to understand different points of view, but while understanding what the actual libertarian base is, and that's what we should try to get to, but knowing that we can't just full throttle get there yet. Like, there's got to be a mitigation plan or something where...
Oh, yeah, like in a video game, you have your checkpoints, right? So we have to implement that type of strategy.
That is correct. That's what we need to do. We need checkpoints, and we need to, just like they've baby stepped us into tyranny and totalitarianism, like that's the way shit was going, we need to baby step our way out of it the same way. And it's going to take a long time, but knowing that we can plan for it and knowing that we have a energized base and the internet behind us, I think we can do it, man. Like, I really have a good feeling that...
Absolutely, man. I agree. Hey, Stag, it looks like you were trying to say something. Go ahead, sir.
No, I don't think I was.
It looked like it. Like, I could see you down in the corner.
Oh, I was probably looking at Twitter.
Oh, where do you stand? Are you a Republican, a Libertarian, no party? Where do you stand?
No, yeah, I don't guess I have a party that I would like to affiliate myself with. I don't really like the Republicans. I took one of those testy thingies, and it put me in and down about halfway.
It put you in Libertarian, didn't it? It always does.
Yeah, pretty much.
See, because
depends on what you
we're the
consider
winners,
libertarian.
man. Winning, tiger blood and shit.
I don't know. I lean a little more towards like for some things. I think they have a purpose and a place, and they can do some things like build roads better than people can.
I disagree. Yeah, the Mo Roads argument. We could have a different stream about that. But yeah, I disagree. I think private people can build roads better.
One of the problems with the more recent libertarian movement, like, is the fact that like a lot of people are very hardline on it, and that's what's made me more malleable, I guess, is because I used to be about exactly like Mad Dad, you know, where I was just like, I'm not tolerating any of this crap. I'm sick of it. I think that, you know, that is what we kind of feel inside, but what we have to do to get there is like try to play a little bit of patty cake. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to play patty cake. I don't want the goblin conversation, Ogre. You know, it's like I don't.
Oops, we lost him. I don't know. I think more about politics that we need to take, which like more people need to think about their own personal responsibilities.
Yeah, no.
I'm sure you as a libertarian, you're going to jump right on top of that.
Oh yeah, term limits and no more gerrymandering. You know what I mean? No more setting up your district to your voters.
Like, I'll
It's
talk.
supposed to be
Yeah,
just
stuff
an
like
open
that. And I
district.
just mean like these from the bottom up and stuff like that. Like I think important, and
we don't want to, but we don't want to do the thing which was like in the 70s radicalism, which was the personal is political. But that's sort of, I'm kind of missing the point of it. Yeah.
That's so
right.
funny.
I think I agree if I know what you're saying.
How do I get shit like that? Like I'm the one doing it live, and it doesn't look like that, you bastard.
I thought I'd make things professional, you know?
That's cool, man.
Thank you.
So, like,
it's my life setup
I'll
that I
hold
have
Goblin.
now. When I've not like hosted my own stream yet, but if I do, I've got like a thing to look cool.
It does look sweet, dude. One's hand. I might play a little. You know, might even like get a little kissy with the goblin, but I ain't taking that goblin to bed. I ain't marrying the goblin. I'm not gonna ingratiate with goblin.
Not gonna ingratiate with the goblin. I'm not. Oh my gracious, that's the fucking shit.
That's what he was saying though. Was like, yes.
Oh yeah. I've been listening to Elder. It's really great.
Oh, did you have seriously?
Yeah, just the what's it called? Reflections of a Floating World. Been listening to that shit.
Which I'm trying to figure out. That's why I was trying to send it to Ogre. I'm trying to figure out if they're some kind of flat earthers, because I'm like looking at their album art. I'm like,
yeah, that
this is going on with reflection.
I can see where that's coming from, but I think.
Oh Lord, I got pulled into that conversation, and now I'm a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther. I'm just a realist. I'm a scientist.
I'm not a flat earther. I'm just a realist. Oh God.
I'm a scientist. Yes.
That'll be stretched and distorted for all the time.
You know it will be. Fuck me. Mm-hmm. Look, I'm just a fat, old, bald ogre, man. Don't believe anything I say. That's my suggestion to anybody.
That's why I'm like a fat old man.
Are you fat shaming yourself?
Elder, dude,
I think.
No, I'm not ashamed. No, I'm not ashamed. The gut actually rubs the clitoris when I'm making love, and a lot of the ladies like it.
A lot of the ladies. I thought you were a married man. Okay.
Well, I am, but I got a couple, 3, 4 girlfriends. I think everybody fucking knows that. Lord knows my wife does.
Okay.
Whatever.
Well,
23 years, Tigerson. What do you want from me? I'd make out with you if you held still long enough, mate.
Dude, I heard you say that. I've been trying to piece that together, but I didn't really want to ask you about while we were ever live. We wouldn't get into that sometime. I'm kind of interested in the situation. We'll say.
I love girls, and a lot of them love me back. That's the situation.
But I haven't figured out how you putting it all there. Maybe I gotta do some.
No, don't believe nothing I say. It's all an act. But I get lucky sometimes, and hell, the old lady. I mean, it's not like I'm unique. My old lady's been married to me 23 years too. If somebody don't think she's going off and getting a stiff dick once in a while, they're fucking stupid. I know it too. It's all good. Live and let live. That's what I say.
Well, that's very interesting. I was like trying to figure that out, or not figure it out, but just I was wanting to talk to you with it because I thought it was funny. One time you said you did some things, and I was like, ah!
Oh, not with boys. That was just a joke to Tigerson. I thought that he would be
no.
mad at me now because I'm a philanderer, so he just didn't like the joke.
I'm not talking.
Oh, fuck me, man. Now, first flat earth. Now Ogre fucks around in his old lady. What's next? I'm not whipping my dick out, damn it.
Oh, dude, I went to go take a piss. What did I walk back into?
Oh, shit. That's too funny, man.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
No, I learned my lesson, Tig. It's all the internet.
Good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes you gotta fuck.
Oh, fucking hell, Clint.
Yeah, right. He's like right in the middle of something too, right, Tig? It's like gone.
It's NASA.
It's
NASA. It's the NSA, man.
It is.
So, Staggerson, are you an atheist? Is that the standpoint you were representing in your video earlier, or what?
Yes, sir. I'm an atheist.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted some clarification. I am also, but I was raised Catholic, so.
I'm sorry.
Some of us have got to be atheists.
Yeah, the Catholic Church makes atheists out of a lot of people, the bastards.
Fair enough.
Well, no, and even though I'm atheist, my kids still go to church every Sunday. I want them to learn for themselves, make their own decision.
That's cool.
Well, and when you say atheist, people automatically assume that you don't believe in like God, the Abrahamic God, but that also means you don't believe in Odin or Osiris or Bacchus or any of them. And I don't want a fucking world where Bacchus doesn't exist. Damn it! Praise Bacchus.
No, hail Thor.
Hail Thor.
Thor exists in the movies.
Yeah, I guess that's more than the Abrahamic God. No, he was in the Ten Commandments, the Abrahamic God.
Dude, Thor.
Yeah, and we're all friends with Batman on Twitter, right? So, I mean.
No, I unfriended his ass.
I don't know if I follow Batman.
Dude, Thor exists in real life. His name is the Golden One. I don't know if you guys know him.
Yeah, the Golden One. Yeah. Britisher don't like the Golden One, so I got to just stay off that. I kind of dig him, though, man. And I'm a Jew. He's not a Nazi, man. Get off his fucking ass. The Golden One's cool.
I never saw the appeal in the first place. I mean, I heard about him from Kevin Logan's series thing that he does.
Well, and Styx Hexenhammer loves him, too.
Yeah,
I don't know who he is. You want to throw a video
I just don't even know who the Golden One is, and I just can't be bothered, to be honest.
Yeah, he just seems like a bit of a smug cunt.
I have no idea who he is. You guys want to throw it up? I'll
tell you a link, but it's like Tigerson just did put a bow on it. What he said was just the utter truth. He's just a fucking blowhard Scandinavian, and I really can't be bothered either. Watched a couple of his videos. I'm still not going to call him.
I was just saying he's like Thor. He looks exactly like Thor. Like he's a bodybuilder that's got like the fucking perfect chiseled Thor body, and he worships Thor too, by the way. Like that's his god, I think.
Super.
Speak for him, but he's a Nordic, pagan or whatever. I think he's interesting. He's very narcissistic, but I don't think he's a Nazi though.
Nah, nah. Look, I'll send the thing in the side chat for anybody that cares. Mad Dodge or anybody else, but it's like Tiger did. I can't say it better than he did. I can't be fucking bothered with this fucking guy, man. That's all.
Yeah, there's other people that are in that realm too. Like, do you guys know? This is a funny one. Ramsey Paul, is he a white Nazi? Because a lot of people think
Is
so.
this person a Nazi? Is this person a Nazi?
Yeah, I know. Well, that's the thing. It's like a lot of people saying that he's like a white nationalist. I'm like, really? I've been watching this video for like 3 or 4 months. I've never seen that. I don't watch every video or anything, but
I know something that's been happening to me a bit recently that I've like, I know I'll follow someone and then they'll say something about Jews and I'm just like, oh God.
What the fuck is that thing? I just clicked on the link. Is that a guy, girl, aphid? What is it?
I don't know.
I'm just clicking.
The golden.
Oh, this guy. Yeah.
Yeah, what the fuck is that thing?
I don't know. I can't.
He looks kind of odd.
I don't want to get the pronoun wrong, you know? I might get banned.
Yeah, he looks kind of odd.
So you went with he. So you doubled down on he.
Yeah, I think he is a he, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't see the point. Thoughts on Adolf Hitler?
I'm not gonna watch his videos.
He has a video saying thoughts on Adolf Hitler, the glorious pill. Oh God. Yeah, I don't think this guy is for me. I don't think this guy is my cup of tea.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I've watched a lot of his videos. I don't really think he's like Hitler or anything. Maybe I'm missing something.
Well, he's arguing for barbarianism, right? That's the first video that popped up on me.
For the gold
like
one?
That.
I'm trying to get there, kind of.
Yeah, he's been like a guilt by association with all the like with MRAs and stuff, like with Rouge V and all that, and you know we just sort of.
I guess I don't know
taking that on the chin.
Where I'm at with it. I just find him interesting because he's like narcissistic, and he is really good. You know, obviously very fit bodybuilder, so he comes off with a very right-leaning, like get your ass to the gym, get your act together, sort of. You know, kind of preaching like a little bit of the Jordan Peterson, like clean your room shit first, a little bit, but more.
Yeah, the Jordan Peterson clean your room stuff was interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So I feel like that's kind of what because I hear Third Sticks talking about him, so I went and checked him out, and I haven't seen a whole lot, but I hear a lot of people like bitching about him and saying like, you know, I don't know. I just figured I listened to it. I thought it was kind of interesting from time to time. It's not always good.
Well, it looks like MC might come in and join us, guys. So that should be cool.
I'm down with
putting the Hangout link out there so much. Mad Dodge.
Nobody really on my channel, so I'm not too worried about it.
No, I'm hoping he shows up. I sent him one in his Twitter DM too. Get in here, MC.
Dude, Nazis will come. And
I've been trying not to talk about like MCs, but he sent some on Twitter. So I ain't even gonna mention it, man. But if y'all know MC and follow him a little bit, you probably already know yourself. So
yeah, I'm leaving that shit alone.
Yep, there he is. There he is. But that said, man, MC could probably use us, bro. It's good to see you, brother.
It's nice to see everybody.
Hello, MC.
Man, what's up, dude?
Well, not much at the moment.
Yeah, I just saw your tweet, man. Sorry.
I'm gonna have to ship the wife off here in just a little bit. So she can go be directly with her sister.
How goes it, brother? How goes it?
Well, the kids are fine. I'm okay. My wife, she's mostly okay. All right. I mean, obviously it's you know, she's feeling it from her sister. Her sister is, well, we'll see if she survives, because it's incidents like this. I saw this when my brother died, you know, years ago, where at times you learn that people truly can die strictly from grief, and she's at that point, and I mean, you're there for them. You do what you can, but you just got to wait it out, because.
Yeah, MC, like I wrote you in the DM earlier, man. My best friend committed suicide. so I kind of know how it is. But he didn't do it in front of anybody, and I really feel for your family. I'm sorry.
Well, as far as I know, it might not be suicide. The guy might have made a fucking mistake, man. Just, I don't even know, man. And I don't know how much MC wants to get into it either, even though this is your channel, Mad Dodge. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I don't know that it was suicide is all I'm saying before we just jump off on that. It may have just
I honestly don't know if it was suicide or if he just was too drunk and was monkeying around and
yeah, I have no comment.
MC, you know what, brother? For what it's worth, you're a fucking stand-up guy, MC. And the hard fact of life is with all this feminist shit and everything going on in the world, brother, it's men that are there for their families when they're fucking breaking down too that make this fucking world go around, my friend.
Yeah, the only saving grace in that whole thing was the fact that it was, his kids, they're grown. So I mean that doesn't make it easier on anybody, I know, but at least they're grown,
Yeah, no, like it'd be like my kids. I have a 12-year-old and a 3-year-old and shit. You know what I mean? Like that would not be good compared to if I did some stupid shit like that when they were all 24. You know what I mean? So there is a difference.
God bless, man. Very sorry to hear that. That's
yeah, and I don't know. We were talking about other shit too, man. MC, I don't know how much you even care to talk about it because it's personal and whatnot. But I just one last thing. I wasn't fooling with you, man. I got on the phone and I talked to all the old ladies in my church circle, man, and for whatever it's worth, they're all doing their thing, and I think they got a direct line with God. They're nearly as old as he is, so.
I appreciate that. I really do. So, but and it is what it is. I mean.
All right. Well, moving on. Hey, MC, it's 4th of July weekend. How do you feel about secession?
How do I feel about what?
Secession. The ability of a state to leave the union.
Say that one more time.
Succession, the ability of a state to leave.
I can't understand through your terrible speech impediment, Mad Dodge.
Well, that is going to be on my speakers. As far as secession goes, look, if a state wants to secede, then they have to petition Congress to secede, and if Congress votes them out of the union, they can do what they want.
Wait a minute. So the other states get to approve if you leave or not?
They approve you coming in.
Yes and no.
Huh?
No, it's yes and no. It's kind of in the middle.
Well, yeah, you have to be, in order to become a state in the United States, Congress has to sit up there and vote you in for statehood. You don't just become a state because you voted for statehood.
Okay, yeah, but half of the Congress was Southern and they all left. So
no, half of the Congress was not Southern.
And the Congress was like, you know what? Let's forget about these people.
Half of the Congress was not Southern. Half of the Congress was not Southern. And what's more is that they never petitioned to leave.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Speech on the Senate floor, man.
They did not petition to leave. And half of the House of Representatives was not Southern.
About why they left.
You can disagree with that, but the reality is half of the House of Representatives did not come from the Southern states to begin with. And yes, it has to go through both houses of Congress. And you never petitioned to secede. Not one state did that.
They had their own state conventions, and they seceded.
Once again, the United States Congress, all right, you have to petition the United States Congress to become a state. In order to secede, you've got to petition Congress to remove yourselves from the United States.
Do you believe there was a right to secede? Because they taught that in West Point all the way to 1850.
Which is why when some of the states seceded, unfortunately, so many of our military, our actual professional military, sided with the South because of a stupid doctrine that never should have been taught.
Oh, whatever. They sided with the South because we were right.
They sided with the South because they were from the South.
Oh, MC, I want to just direct you on different topics anyway, so we can argue this all night. Let's go. Like,
I think we would bore the hell out of everybody else, don't you think?
perhaps.
Well, as much as I like it. I could I sat there and listen to you guys talk for hours about it. But here's the point. I got a point to that little caveat. Sorry, I keep getting kicked out. I got full bars and everything. I have no idea what's going on. The Nazis. So, anyways, I'm thinking that somebody asked me in a stream about the nuclear weapons. Like, if California was to secede, what would happen to the military and the nuclear weapons that are there? But MC kind of answered my question. They really, according to what he's saying, they could not secede without, petitioning Congress, and Congress would say, well, you're...
No, we would have a states convention. We would secede, and the state should keep the nukes. Just like Fort Sumter should have been fired upon. That was the proper course.
And the result would be the same.
Abraham Lincoln maneuvered the South to make them fire upon Fort Sumter. But
no,
let's not argue that right now.
You can believe that if you want, but the reality is that Fort Sumter was not something. Hold on, Fort Sumter, other military posts had also been seized. All right, without anyone firing a shot, simply because of the quickness and the surprise that it happened with. Okay, the difference here was the forces there, the ones that wanted to secede, the people in the military that wanted to secede were let out, but the majority of those soldiers stayed. They didn't want to secede. They recognized sovereignty of the federal government, the overriding sovereignty of the federal government.
Well, no,
now, at that point right there, even with your own logic, they were trying to pay, quote unquote, the South was trying to, quote unquote, organize a payment for Fort Sumter, which means you guys were already recognizing you didn't own it.
Oh,
when somebody owns something, you do not sit up there and pay for it.
No, if it's within state borders, you do own it. But when
no, you don't. A state does not. So a state can come in here and take your land because it owns your land, right?
Eminent domain. Ask Trump. He's all for it.
Eminent domain, but eminent domain didn't apply in this case. I'm sorry.
Well,
the only reason
that's the basic argument, right?
The only reason people don't fight eminent domain, let's be really honest, is the fact that they don't have the physical power to fight it.
The money, yeah, but the state of South Carolina,
you chose to create a fight demanding eminent domain against a power that did.
No, but we had every right to fire. They would not.
No, you had no right to fire. You could have waited it out and seen what happened.
Oh, appeasement. That worked so well in World War II.
It's not a matter of appeasement. It's a matter of the way the world was changing.
Which the North didn't really follow on to.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you guys really wanted to win the war, all you had to do, honestly, if you guys wanted to win the war, you guys should have fired on Fort Sumter and freed all your slaves. The North would have had absolutely zero moral reasoning for going in there and raising forces to attack. And you guys would have won the war right there because there wouldn't have been enough forces from the North to actually pull off what they did.
MC, all right, you do know that at the end of the war, they did free the slaves and they created the 1st Virginia Regiment.
They did not. They did not free the slaves throughout the Confederacy. Number one, and they did not free the slaves in the state of Virginia. And yes, I do know that there were freed slave battalions that were allowed to fight for their freedom that were part of the Confederacy. I do know that. You are correct.
Well, that goes anti-slavery. So
that was at the end of the war. Well, and like I said, by then the end was already in sight.
No, but if you are fighting for slavery and you choose freedom over slavery, then you're not fighting over slavery.
That's not. We're talking
You're
about
fighting-
why you guys. Hold on. You're saying the South wasn't fighting for slavery. All right.
That's right.
But has it ever occurred to you that the North was?
They had Delaware. That was a slave state all the way
Do
until
you realize that the North was? And yes, I understand Delaware was one of the states that was a slave state. But the majority of the troops were not levied from the state of Delaware.
No, they were levied from the Germans.
I can't believe you didn't go to West Point, MC, because you're just daggone Union to the fucking core, man. You bleed blue blood.
No, and I will argue from the VMI standpoint, Virginia Military Institute. I never went there, but I like the VMI.
Well, see, and this is another thing, like we were talking about the flat Earth thing earlier. This is just wonderful conversation. Like, I can listen to you guys back and forth, as long as you're not railroading over each other. If you guys keep it calm and not railroad over each other, I could seriously listen to you guys talk about this shit for hours, dude. It's great conversation.
Yeah, but I think that your international audience are like, what the hell?
I've just been fapping to all of it.
No, and I meant no disrespect. I'm just saying, MC, you are. I asked you a while ago, probably 6 months ago, if you went to West Point, because I mean, you know, we're talking about the Civil War, and you're defending the Union. I mean, I've never known anybody more patriotic than you, sir, and it does my heart good on this 4th of July weekend.
Well, see, and the thing is,
Oh, wait a minute. Does that make me a fucking dirty rebel? You fucking ogre.
No. As a matter of fact, I more agree with you, man. I agree with you much more, man, Dodge, and he knows it. I'm just saying that he bleeds fucking blue blood, man. Believe it.
Makes you a cuck, Mad Dodge.
I am not a cuck. Hell no.
Just anyone who's in the proximity of MC seems like a completely patriotic.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I just argue with MC because it's fun. I like to debate with them.
I've just been a bit on edge listening to it.
Yeah. All we need is Cabbage Patch Bastard up in here, and it'll be a party.
Oh no, we don't.
Well,
Cabbage.
No, actually, Cabbage about half an hour ago was like, "Hey, I'm eating dinner, but in 10 minutes I can join." But he hasn't showed up yet, so I don't know. You, Cabbage.
Yeah, I wanted. Did you send him a link? Can I send him a link?
Yeah, go ahead. He's on Twitter. He's on Hangouts stuff.
Yeah, give it.
Oh, I know how to get a hold of him. I don't. Yeah, I know how to get a hold of him. I'm not saying he'll come in, but it'd just be fun. I think it would do MC some good too, just to have his old nemesis back around to beat up a little bit.
Oh, we've been talking on private chats, like MC and fucking Cabbage and Tigerson and me. Yeah, we've been arguing on private chats for like last month.
Yeah.
Well, see, like I think it's totally fascinating to hear both of you guys talk it out, because like me, I'm not a Civil War historian. I don't know like all the ins and outs. I know very general basics. You know, I don't totally agree with Abraham Lincoln, but then I also don't agree that he's, you know, like the worst thing that ever happened either. So I love like the balance that you two guys bring. As long as you don't railroad over each other. When you start getting all pissed off and railroad, that's when it's. You got to try to watch that. If you have the two of you have this good dynamic though. You guys figure it out and do something with it for sure. Because you guys, I swear, like you went like 8 hours on my stream that one time. Like I don't know if it ever ends. You guys just talk forever.
Well, you can see that it never ended. We're still arguing it.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. And I think MC and I were talking about doing a collaboration about the 7-day wars, or the 7 days battle.
I'm probably gonna head off now because it's kind of late, and I get some exam results tomorrow morning, and I need to be kind of prepared for it, I guess.
What the fuck, Tigerson? You keep me up to like 5 a.m. my time, and now you're gonna go to bed.
Well, I didn't force you, okay? I didn't.
Well, good luck on your exams, dude.
Thank you.
Bloody hell, you.
See you later, Tigerson.
Also, just in case Cabbage gets here, I need to be out away for that.
Oh, you and Cabbage love each other.
I'm not in the mood to cross paths with Cabbage at the moment, so you know.
Well, hey,
I know.
Oh shit! Did
feelings.
something happen after I left last night? That might be some good gossip.
No hard feelings. I love Cabbage. He's just a bit of a cunt sometimes, but that's fine.
Have a good night, Tigerson, man.
See y'all.
See you later, Tiger.
Thanks, Mad Dodge.
Tiger.
See ya.
Real quick before you go, hey, check that. You said you like that Elder, man. Keep jamming that stuff. Like the more you listen,
Yeah, man. Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah, the more you do it, the better.
I just stopped listening to it to come on here, and I'm really pissed off. But yeah, I'll carry on with it. Yeah.
I'm like obsessed, man. It's getting like the more I listen to it, the better it gets. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'll be blasting it tomorrow when I've got shit to do. But anyway, thanks. See you guys. Bye.
See ya.
Yeah. Bye.
Looks like Ogre bounced out too. Maybe he just dropped out.
I mean, I keep dropping, so maybe he dropped. I don't know. I keep having problems for some reason. I've gone on the Wi-Fi and got dropped. I've gone on my cell and got dropped. I have full 5 bars of cell signal, so I have no idea.
Just use a PC with the Ethernet cord, man. You don't. It's not only for hanging yourself. It's also for connecting to the internet.
Ethernet cord, more than just for hanging yourself. I like that. Good catchphrase. So yeah, I don't know where Ogre just dropped out, but maybe he'll come back. Who knows? But yeah. So Stags, what's up? You're off mute. Go ahead, fire something out there. You got anything?
Oh, I don't know, man. I think that the Earth is round.
Yeah, me too. But I like the flat earthers, and I'm glad they're out there. It's just like I just love having like the conversations, like when Mad Dodge and MC talk, man. I just find it sweet, and I do like MC. I do tend to lean towards MC's more, let's say, more modern politics and stuff, because going back in time, I just don't know either side good enough to be able to say, oh well, this is what happened at Fort Sumter or whatever. But I know that MC is a little bit more on the Trump side, so I definitely.
Fuck you, review. Fuck you, buddy.
No, fuck you too. You know I love. I tend to gravitate a little bit more towards MC. I don't know. Maybe it's. I feel like because I came from I'm somewhere in between you guys, because I came from the libertarian side, but now I'm like a little bit more like MC a little bit. I don't know if that makes sense, but. Kind of
no, it's all good. I was just joking.
Matured a little bit.
Oh, matured. Yo, I keep being accused of being an ANCAP. I am not anarcho-capitalist. Political libertarian. There is a difference. Thank you. That is my public service announcement for today.
Yeah, I keep getting called all sorts of things. Like I've been called alt-right, I've been called a Nazi, I've been called Islamophobic, I've been called religiousophobic or whatever, even though
Well, look at you. You're obviously alt-right.
I'm Islamophobic as fuck. Fuck yeah. I'm Islamophobic. They want to call me that?
Yeah,
I still don't want to get blown up.
Dude, I wish I would have known that term 3 years ago.
Please don't rape my kids.
Yeah, I got called religious the other day. That was
no raping or exploding allowed in America. Islamophobic. Explode in my country.
The thing that people don't recognize about Islam is that it isn't just a religion, and until people come to that understanding,
yes,
that it's not just a religion, it's a culture that demands a theocracy.
Yes.
Right. It demands that the religious orders, the religious clerics, become the ultimate judges of right and wrong.
Yeah.
And until people understand that, okay, and that is specified, and that's how it's specified in the Quran. I mean, you could argue about all day long, and people would say, well, it's a religion, it's this, it's that. It's not just a religion, it's a theocracy, and it's a cultural element. and it stems from a specific region of the world that has not modernized its culture. Yes, they have modern weapons. Yes, they have modern implements, but culturally, they're still stuck back in 12th century. And unless you deal with that reality, we're not going to have a fix, folks.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, no, then isolate and leave them alone. Get out of their business. Right now, we're bombing their country. We're killing their kids with drone strikes.
I agree with that.
Alone. Leave them alone, and then isolate them. If they attack outward from there, no questions.
That is what you're seeing is them attacking outward from there. And you've also seen them. Hold on. You're also ignoring the fact that they've been ratcheting that up.
Yes.
Ever since the 1980s, actually even before then, you saw them very specifically, all right, targeting only certain regions. But now they're going way outside of those regions. You're having attacks in Australia.
Yep.
You're having attacks in Bali. You have attacks in the Philippines on a continuing basis.
Yep. Yeah, the Philippines is a disaster. That was like shocking to me when I heard that ISIS is like in the Philippines at such a degree that there's like a bunch of shit going on there. Like, that's crazy to me.
But that's a political issue. That's not a military issue.
No, you don't recognize the fact that
we're not going to invade the Philippines. All right, I mean, come on.
That's so like what MC is saying is
isolate and control.
You can't isolate it by just ignoring the fact that they exist. So how are you going to isolate it?
I would pull back all funding for all the Middle East countries, all countries actually, and then I would isolate and help our friends. So
Explain to me how you're going to isolate.
Maybe we help Israel, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. Now, other than that, we leave them all the fuck alone and we just back the fuck out. Bombing and drone striking people. How is that better? How is that helping? And in Syria, Russia is gonna get sick of us. All right, this shit will blow up. It will be World War III. It will happen.
World War III will not begin over Syria. World War III is going to begin because of North Korea.
I could agree with you on that also, but I would talk about a combined effort with Syria and North Korea. Getting a little uppity.
Actually, North Korea has more ties with Iran.
Yeah, that's how I see it too. Iran's really a big problem. North Korea is really a big problem. But like back to the drone strikes and things, Mad Dodge, I agree with you kind of mostly. Like the thing is that's not where we're at right now. Yes, in philosophy, I totally agree with you. We should not be over there meddling.
We're killing innocent people, man. Like, we didn't kill the terrorists, we killed his kids. That's right. Not okay.
In the 1953 Iran coup, I'm not exactly in favor of that, but it happened in 1953, and we can't rightly go back and change that now. And that's the problem. These globalists and these people have put us in these positions where we can't take that libertarian option anymore. We should strive, like I was saying earlier, baby step back towards it. Fundamental philosophy understanding of that's probably the best place to end up. But pragmatically, we could not go along with a Hillary. You know, I'm with MC. We needed Trump, and we need to advance.
Well, no, I would say you're pretty much right, and that's where we just stand back. And if you attack us, we kill you. That's it. We wipe you out. I don't give a fuck. I'll nuke them. I don't care. Did the nap? You attack me, then you're dead. Fuck you. Other than that, we leave the world the fuck alone. We're not the policemen of the world, nor should we be.
But that's like that's a perfectionist ideology, in my opinion, and pragmatically, that's where we should end up. Like that's what we should strive for, in my opinion. But Trump is the tool, the wrench that's all we got. Like, you know, when you're working on an engine, and you need like an 18 millimeter wrench or something, or you're draining oil or whatever, and you don't have that, and you're out in the field, and all you got is a freaking pair of channel locks or something. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I see Trump. It's not really, but it's the best one we got in our toolbox right now. If that kind
I
of makes
suppose so, but I don't know if Trump is the best we have. I mean,
you got to get on board with me there, bud, because I like the fact, just like I was saying about the flat Earth people and stuff. I like the fact that there's people challenging the narratives, as long as they're doing it from like a based perspective, which I believe you have. You know what I mean? Which I believe Ogre has. Whether Ogre's right or wrong about flat Earth, that's a whole other subject. But the fact is that he does bring up interesting points that are thought provoking.
oh no, and I just wanted to hit him on the flat Earth because it's my channel finally. I could do that, bitch.
Right? And it's fun. See, I think it's fun to talk about flat Earth and hollow Earth and all that stuff. It's just
the one thing about all these things. All right, when you start talking conspiracy theories, all right, the thing to always keep in mind is when you're talking about a conspiracy theory, what does it take from a human perspective for it to be true? Okay, and knowing what humans are like.
Right.
This is why I laugh at people who talk about, we didn't go to the moon or anything, right? Because in order for the moon landings to have been faked, you have to believe that the United States had an intimate and close relationship with the Soviet Union, which was absolutely nonsensical, especially for that time frame. There was no way that the Soviet Union was going to sit up there and allow the United States to claim that it had been to the moon, all right, when it hadn't been. All right, there's just no way.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And in addition to that, all right, you also had to have several other nations and their people of several other nations to say that. And then finally, you have to have, and this is very, very difficult in the United States, all the people that participated in it, all the people that were physically watching it with several different types of devices watching it, right? You would have to have all of them, all right, agree to stay completely silent. Now, is that even possible? We couldn't even be silent about the atomic weapons, for crying out loud, and keep that secret. Do you think somehow we're going to be able to keep a moon landing secret?
No.
Right, and the same thing now applies to the flat Earth stuff, right?
Yeah.
In order for the flat Earth stuff to be accurate, the very people who were circumnavigating the globe had to be willing to be silent about their trips, about what really happened. They had to invent what happened, right? At which point, if they were willing to do that, right, they then would be agreeing, of course, with the religious orders at the time, all the religious orders at the time. Okay, they wouldn't have had to take them on. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I get kind of both sides of the whole thing. I feel like anyway, but I also enjoy the questioning because I think that the whole process of talking it out kind of makes everybody smarter as long as they don't hardline it. That's what. See, I used to be kind of like the hardliner, and I've just been trying to consciously back off from that. Like, I'm not going to tell flat earthers that they're wrong because I'm not smart enough, I guess, to do that. And now I can have a feeling like I kind of lean more towards MC here. But at the same time, I like talking about it. I like discussing it. I'm not a scientist by any means. There is some things that in the discussion that confuse me, but I'm still going to say that the Earth is round because that's more proof seems to be that way. But I also don't like, kind of like laughing at them and demonizing them either because I was making this point before you were here, that like the Big Lebowski, I don't know if you've seen that movie. It's like my favorite movie. But the cowboy, Sam Elliott, that shows up at the bar later in the movie tells the Lebowski, he's like, I'm glad that you're out there. The cowboy's nothing like the Big Lebowski. Lebowski's like a stoner, kind of, liberal kind of dude, just chilling, doesn't really care about stuff. He's far different than the cowboy, but the cowboy is kind of glad he's out there doing his thing. You know, that's kind of how I feel about all these people. Like, I'm just glad that everybody's doing their thing, and I'm willing to listen to people and kind of weigh both sides because I find the whole discussion interesting and controversial.
Well, I find discussion interesting in politics, history, religion, but when it comes to flat Earth, come on, man, the world is round. Let's just move on. I don't know. That's where I stand on that. Like, bloody hell.
Well, I think that we do need to question everything. You know, like I still like I guess this is my own personal journey, but I need to figure out how when a helicopter takes off in a vertical takeoff, or when a plane flies, you know, with the spinning of the Earth or against the spinning of the Earth, how exactly that works. Because that's like I was saying earlier. Whether that makes me sound dumb or not, I don't really care.
You're curious about helicopters taking off?
Just leaving the Earth's surface, okay, in any sort of vehicle, and it's not spinning under us. If the Earth is spinning, like they're saying, then the atmosphere, because the argument that I'm hearing like from Staggerson and stuff is like, well, the air is part of the ball, and so when you elevate off the Earth, you're still spinning the ball because the atmosphere is part of it. I'm in my head. I've envisioned an experiment with an iron ball. Okay, let's say a 10-inch in radius spherical ball made of iron on an axis, spinning. Okay. Now you take a glass globe ball and put it around there, like that's the atmosphere. And maybe I'm wrong on this, but this is in my head, right? So inside there's a glass ball that's spinning, but on the outside the glass ball really doesn't spin, or does it? And then maybe that's where
it does.
Okay,
the atmosphere is spinning as well.
Okay.
All right, so now it's viscosity. I mean, it's kind of like a liquid, right? It's not a solid. All right, and so the results are is you end up with vortexes, and the liquid is spinning not necessarily at the same rate in all places due to the irregularities of the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, and see that makes a little bit more sense, because when I'm thinking of it, like I'm thinking like air, right? Like I can walk right through air, you know, no problem. Not like I can walk through water. I can't walk through water. I can't walk.
Well, you can. It's not easy.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, correct. I mean, I can walk through water, but I mean, in all general purposes, we're not flying through water, I guess you could say. But yeah, I mean, if you take that approach, like I did look this up because a friend of mine who's more sciencey than I am, I guess you could say, scientific, he was saying that, you know, air is molecules, right? So molecules are still molecules. They're still there. So that the air, even though the air seems like we can just go through it or whatever, that there's still something there. I don't know.
The air does have density. That is correct.
That's correct. That's what I was trying to figure out. And see, all this is like scientific talk, and I'm just kind of a hillbilly. You know, I don't know all the ins and outs. I wasn't huge science buff in high school or college or anything like that. So while I won't prescribe to just completely, I don't want to blow off the flat Earth movement and call them crazies or anything like that. And I want to try to listen to their arguments and understand it to make me a more intelligent person, I guess. And that's kind of where the flat Earth thing is. I think it's a lot of people who do actually know a lot about it, like demonizing the people that may or may not know a whole lot about it or whatever. And it's becoming like a big fight over it rather than actually trying to scientifically like talk.
Well, no, I understand, and I tend to agree with your comment about. Actually, I don't tend to agree with it. I totally agree with your comment about we need to have these kind of discussions. It's good to have these kinds of discussions. Discussions such as this are important, and I would agree with you there, because there's nothing wrong with rechecking yourself, rechecking assumptions that we've had to ensure that we truly understand things. I mean, that truly is the scientific method. That truly is an attempt to try and better yourself, and to keep ourselves, for lack of a better term, honest with what's going on. All right.
Yeah.
I definitely don't like the idea of closing off something simply because somebody says it's true or not true. And unfortunately, I think that that's where we're at. Not just from the principles, scientific principles. I also think that a big problem with it is that we're having that problem in regards to society as well. And people have forgotten that, hey, look, this is where we're at in society. So you got these people saying, well, this is a flat earth thing. This is this is that. Well, societies move and change and so forth on, in many different levels for many different reasons. All right. Where we are in society and how we got here. These things we tend to have forgotten. Okay, well, there's a reason why we're here. There's things that have happened that have caused this, right? But people don't want to seem to or they seem to be either ignorant of the fact or they just want to ignore that fact, right?
Yeah.
And that's where I have a problem with a lot of how people look at the world, or look at especially the when they're trying to say, okay, this is what's happening. All right, they don't look at the history of how we got here and what it meant. All right. And the reason I get worried about that is because of structure. Okay. The United States is not structured like all the other Western nations. We have an entire different structure of our government. Our governments don't look and don't react the same, even though there's very much, there's similarities. There's people saying, okay, well, we believe in freedom of speech. We believe in all these different, aspects. Okay. That doesn't necessarily mean that the structures are the same. And why is that important? Because it means that we're going to have different vulnerabilities. All right. So things that seem to be innocuous, an issue that seems to be innocuous in one country, all right, may be absolutely detrimental if we make the same decision with the current structure that we have within our country. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I'm not being very artful with the way I'm speaking, unfortunately, right now.
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, and that's what got me into it. Is I was like, wow, that's kind of in a way, it's kind of worrying that the flat Earth discussion's happening a little bit. But I was like, I just don't want to blow it off, because like I have friends that I talk to that like I just even mention it, like, hey, have you heard of this flat Earth thing? And they like you go off on me just for talking about it. Like, and I don't, I'm not buying into it, but like that's when I see the kind of reaction that just bringing up a subject like gets people so mad that they can't think straight, then I'm saying, well, maybe there is something to that then. Because that's where it really kind of tipped me off. It's like I started to talk to people about it, and I'm demonized for even talking about it. You know what I mean? And when those things happen, you start to question, because you're like, wow, well, maybe everybody is kind of brainwashed. Like, are they not even listening to the fact that there could be something to it?
Well, the people are worried about having to readdress. I honestly believe this. People get worried about having to analyze themselves and what they believe from the people who have told them things.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
they worry that the person who told them something was A, either inaccurate, or B, more likely lying to them. And they don't want to have to examine where they've been lied to. They don't want to take the time to examine their feelings and examine also their facts to know, okay, what do I know about this and what don't I know about this? I encounter that problem constantly when I'm talking to people about the greenhouse effect, right? Because the first thing I bring up to them when they talk about, the Earth's warming and global warming, it's like, okay, let's assume something for example, because you're supposed to know about global warming. Yeah. Okay. You're an expert in global warming. Yeah. Okay. Well, Show me a study, just one. Show me a study that shows the amount of energy put out by the sun that's hitting the earth and the amount of energy radiating back, that ratio has changed.
Yeah. Because
in order for global warming, that is truly the standard for global warming. And when they look at me, and it's the first thing they do when I say that is they look at me going, well, there is no study, is there? So when you start talking about these things and saying there are facts that this is a fact, it isn't a fact. We don't know. Why? Because we can't, there's no evidentiary proof. There's circumstantial evidence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is hardly even there. I mean, really, when you're talking about climate change, they thought that the world was going to freeze over in the 70s. In the 90s, they're like, oh, global warming. Same with the 2000s. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah, what's amusing about that is those people have the same solution too.
Tax us into oblivion.
No, they wanted to coat the whole ice caps with black tar, right? So they can melt the ice caps and make it a warmer place. We're gonna trust our whole fucking climate to you people? Fuck you, Al Gore. Go suck a dick.
The one thing that I know I love is that little image of the Pepe that somebody turned into an octopus that's like hugging the flat earth. I think that's like the best Pepe that's ever been dropped ever. You know what the one I'm talking about is? You seen that one? I'll post it on Twitter if you haven't seen it. Too funny.
If it's like the one I think it is.
Like an octopus Pepe like smothering a flat earth. It's the funniest shit ever, dude.
No, I don't think I have seen that. Where is that? Put it on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm fishing it out right now. See if I can find it.
Either that or put it up on the up on the link here if you can.
It's like octopus to it. It's like octopus Pepe. It's hilarious.
I mean, there's several octopus Pepes.
Yeah, this one's like there's one that's a yellow octopus Pepe that's like hugging the earth. But this one I'm talking about is like, this is the pole one. Okay, so there's a pole one that says nothing is beyond our reach, and it's got the octopus Pepe. But the one I saw was the one guy is like hugging a flat earth. It's hilarious, dude.
The pole one is interesting because it's a it's a change from a U.S. government.
Yeah, I just noticed that when I was searching. There's a N-roll 39. Nothing is beyond our reach. All
right, no.
Yes, the NRO.
So you're talking about, the 4th of July is right around the corner. Talking about freedom and secession, I might add. Do you think the states could leave the union now? Like, do you think Texas could do it? California? What's your thoughts, MC?
Once again, could they? Could they petition the United States Congress to be removed from the union? Are you asking that question, or are you saying that would it be likely for them to leave the union?
They don't have to petition. They don't have to petition. All they have to do is hold an election in their state.
Legally they cannot.
Well, that was fought over blood, not legalities.
No, the reality is that the state, especially when you start talking about Texas and you start talking about California, both of those states, right, became part of the United States by vote of Congress. Both of them. You would have more of a case if you're talking about a state that was part of the original 13 colonies. All right, but for states that have elected, that required the United States Congress to bring them into statehood, to say that those states can then on their own say, well, we don't feel like we're a state anymore. It's not going to work.
Wow.
Once again, the people did not. Hold on, Mad Dodge. You don't become part of the United States because you had a vote in your little territory and said, I'm a state. You became
No,
part
but
of the
you
United
are
States.
You're
Go ahead.
holding against the people of Texas their right to secede that they had
No,
when they wrote.
they had. I'm not taking their right to secede away. All right.
But you're saying they were wrong.
No, I'm saying that the if you got voted in to the United States by Congress, if you became a state by fiat of Congress, in order for you to dissolve that state's right, you would have to once again go to Congress, and Congress would have to dissolve it.
Okay,
That's the legal basis for becoming a state or being removed as a state. Now, I'll be honest with you. California has if California voted to secede, go ahead.
Go ahead.
If California voted to sit up there and ask to secede from the United States, and so they then petitioned for removal from Congress, there are a number of states that would be like, oh, hell yes, get the hell out. Now, would it pass all the way through? It's unlikely, all right, but it could.
Well, I would argue that the state has a reason to argue their own independence, and Texas especially. They had a clause in their contract with the United States where they could split into 4 different states to garner more votes and sway things their way. So if they had that, they definitely had the right to secede.
Once again, whether they could try to become 4 different states, each one of those 4 different states, all right, would have to petition Congress for the right to be a state within the United States, and they would not be a state until that happened.
Yeah, okay. But when the South left, okay, they said you can't leave. That's a rebellion, right?
The correct? Congress, correct, because the states themselves never petitioned Congress to be let out.
Okay, all right. So we'll give you that rebellion. But at the end, they were like, "Hey, to rejoin, you have to denounce everything and rejoin as a state." But they were never allowed to leave. So
the Reconstruction is an entire different discussion. I think when it comes to Reconstruction, I'm very much of the mindset of Abraham Lincoln that said that they were always part of the United States. They never left. That the need for Reconstruction was ridiculous. Which the reason the Reconstruction took place, the reason it happened, was a direct result of the killing of Lincoln.
But yeah, you can understand my point, where they were like, "Hey, you were never allowed to leave." Okay, but hey, still to rejoin, you have to make the 14th Amendment. You know,
that was Congress punishing. That was Congress punishing the South. That was Congress. That was Congress. It should. I agree with you that it never should have happened. You won't get an argument with me about that.
And the Union was straight up kind of like Germany after World War I. You know what I mean? With the punitive acts against the South.
The Reconstruction period lasted from the 1860 for lack of about 1866 67, about 1867, I think. All right, up through 1880.
I would argue 1930.
No, the punitive damages weren't in effect for that long a period of time.
No, but
they more or less ended. They had more or less already petered out under the Grant administration.
And it wasn't like Germany where it was just totally excessive over forever that collapsed their economy.
But they had the military occupation. The forces were there the whole time. Ever since they burnt down Georgia. Ever since they went to the sea, there was a Yankee force in the South.
That did not last very long. There were federal forces up until
the military dictatorship.
There may have been military districts that were let out. All right. However, the actual amount of forces that were actually deployed were minuscule. They had no real power.
Oh, but you still got the butcher from New Orleans. You still have.
Whoa. No. First of all, there's two things about that guy. All right. First of all, he hung a single individual. One.
And he had no right to hang him.
Yeah, he did. All right.
Fuck him.
All right. It was directly while the war was still going on. Okay.
Kiss my rebel ass.
All right. It wasn't continuing. It wasn't after the war. All right. Now, as far as the military districting that took place, that's all true. All right. And it did stay that way until the state of Louisiana, all right, voted in the Articles of Reconciliation, basically the 13th, 14th, and approved the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. All of that is true. Hold on. But once that took place, all right, then it was back to pretty much the way it was, with the exception of you didn't have slavery anymore. All right. And it once again became the port city that it always had been. To say that he had such a drastic effect on the South is overblown. He did put in some very strict articles about how people were getting treated. Okay. And yes, it was military rule at that time, but it was at that time as a hostile city that had been.
Yeah, but my argument would not be for the whole South. My argument would be I was born in Shreveport, Louisiana, and these were my people that he was doing this to. So my
argument people that sit up there and rebelled and were treating an average guy walking down the street because he had a quote-unquote Yankee uniform on as if it was a piece of dirt, and people were throwing things at him.
MC, when you talk about rebelled, I would like to remind you that it is 4th of July weekend, and we rebelled from a certain crown. Not a secession, it was pretty much the same thing over taxes.
It was not over taxes.
I would like to
once again, I have said this before, and I'll say it again. If the southern states had freed the slaves, okay, the North would not have been able, all right, to gather the troops to save the Union.
They did it at the end. They did free the slaves.
At the end was already too late. At the beginning of the war.
No, okay,
beginning of the war, the United States. When Lincoln put out his first call for a buildup of 75,000 troops, he would not have been able to levy that muster if the South had freed the slaves.
That is fair enough, but when you're looking at the facts, you're looking at the South fought over slavery. But if they freed the slaves at the end to gain their liberty, then they were fighting for liberty. I mean,
once again, what the South was fighting for and what the North were fighting for are two separate things. And the South
what is liberty and
live and die on the issue of slavery. You cannot ignore the fact that the slavery was pivotal to the North's cause for the Northern forces to be gathered to go to the South. You would not have had the ability
to fight over slavery. No,
the North. Let me tell you something right now. The North would not have been able to gather the troops to quote unquote invade the South, as you like to say, because there would not have been the moral push for these people to go down there and do it. In fact, it never would have been an issue inside of Congress to begin with. The whole reason that they wanted to secede is that they were worried that the North was going to declare the United States as free and that all slaves were free. You can't ignore that.
No, Abraham Lincoln came into office and upped the fucking tariff 200%. That is what kicked off the Civil War.
No. What kicked it off was the South worrying that he was going to put slavery on the table, and this is true. You can look at almost all the publications in the South at the time. They looked upon presidency, the election of President Lincoln, as the death knell to slavery, and that he was going to sit up there and stop slavery expansion. And so if they stopped slavery expansion, then it would only be a matter of time that in the United States Congress, they would outlaw slavery.
Would you consider Robert E. Lee
talking
the
about,
best
right? Every
Southern
major
general?
Southern paper
Wait,
put that
no,
out.
wait a minute. Would you consider Robert E. Lee a great Southern general? I would say yes, you would.
As a great Southern general? Yeah, okay.
Well, he was not for slavery. He believed it was going to die off because it was.
I agree with you. I agree that people did have that opinion. But the South as a whole were not from individuals. The South as a whole chose to live and die on that one cause.
I don't believe that. I don't buy that for a single second. They live and died
Would the
on
North,
taxation.
let me ask the question again. Would the North have been able to muster the forces that it did if the South was free?
First off, Abraham Lincoln locked up a lot of newspaper
Once again,
people.
we're not talking about what Abraham Lincoln did or didn't do. It's a very simple strategic question.
Yeah, and so is who do you lock up?
Would the North, when you're in a war, when you're deciding to fight, okay,
you shouldn't.
You have to look at what your capabilities are and what your enemy's capabilities are. You also have to sit up there when you're looking at it from a total war perspective. You also have to look at the reasonings behind it. The South had the ability to remove the number one cause of the North. Had the ability, and this is before we had ever gotten into conscription. Okay, all the South had to do was remove that one chip from the table. The problem was that's also the one chip that was making them, driving them towards secession in the first place.
It wasn't. It was the taxes. No, it was dude. They were going to raise the tariff 150%, man. It was going to go from 15% to fucking 95%.
That's
insane. And what's the tariff?
That was not the primary. That was not the primary issue that everything turned on.
No, it was. It was the tax abominations. They fought over it.
No, it wasn't. It was not. That is a redress of history.
No,
if the
even
South,
Calhoun.
if the South was that worried about it, South was that concerned. Hold on. If the South was that concerned about it, all they had to do then to gain support within Congress itself was to free the slaves. Because then they could have brought on a number of the other states, especially some of the Western states, that would have agreed with you.
Yeah,
you likely wouldn't have had Minnesota. You likely wouldn't have been able to have any Minnesotans sit up there and side with them. It was the issue of slavery that everything turned on.
When it came down to freedom or being conquered, they were like, let's free the slaves. They do that if they were all about the slavery issue. They're not, man.
The fact is, though, hold on. If that was the case, then they could have stopped the entire war just by freeing the slaves.
No,
prior to the war even beginning,
for freedom, just like the Revolutionary War.
No. Whether you say that they were fighting for freedom or not, all right. What the individual person was fighting for, I would agree with you, all right. But the problem was that freedom turned around the one aspect of slavery. Once again, if you're going to fight, if you're willing to fight over something, okay, they chose to fight over the issue of slavery because it wouldn't have been a fight. Once again, it would not have been a fight. It would not have been a fight. The North would not have been willing to fight if there weren't slaves in the South.
That's exactly what Lincoln wanted, was their money. He said, "Why would
once again, if that was the case, how come the South didn't go? You know what? We're going to free the slaves, and then we'll see if you evil Lincolnites come down here and try and take our money."
Because they were stuck in their way of life, and that's the way it was.
Well, and that is what everything turned on.
That is actually a really good explanation of it, because they were stuck in their way of life. But at the same time, it wasn't right. you know, and that's where the perplexing stuff comes in, because I am with Mad Dodge as far as the potential overstepping constitutionally of Lincoln, but at the same time, I don't want to. I am of kind of the persuasion that it wasn't all about slavery, but that was the hangnail issue.
No, it wasn't though. Like
It was.
They hung Brown, right? They hung him in Virginia
Once
because
again,
Brown broke the law. He was a terrorist. And
well,
I would have hung Brown.
they did hang John Brown. Okay,
Good.
He did attack federal forces, and he did sit up there and
Robert E. Lee put him down personally.
and attacked Harper's Ferry. All right.
Yeah, and Robert E. Lee put him down.
Yeah, there was also certain Union soldiers that were involved in that too, that come in later. All right, but that's not why the South seceded.
Well, that's my point. Is they seceded because of the terror.
That the primary reason that the South seceded, all right, was because of the tax issue. Then all they had to do was give up the issue of slavery, and there wouldn't have been a war.
But they did at the end. No. My point is,
the end was already. No. Once a war is begun, you've got to carry it out. This is one of the things that drives me crazy about this war in Iraq and everything, and I get really irritated. All right, look, whether you like the reasons for going to war, whether you think the reasons for going to war were false or whatever, that's fine. But once you're in a war, now you got to carry it out.
You got to commit.
No, but the fact is, the South fought over a tax, and they got conquered.
No. The fact is that the South sit up there and fought.
They made Georgia howl,
like it or not, the war hinged on slavery. It's not just about why the South fought. Hold on. It's not just about why the South fought. It's also why the North fought.
They did not fight for slavery.
The North certainly did fight for slavery. If you didn't have slavery, they would not have been able to muster the forces, especially at the first part of the war, all right, to go down there and quote-unquote conquer the South. It wouldn't have happened.
No, the abolitionists were a small minority in the whole.
No, they were not.
Yes, they were.
No, they were not. They may not have, the abolitionists that were radicals, okay, may have been small in number, but the abolitionist movement was massive. You're ignoring
Robert E. Lee. Robert E. Lee won in abolition. I'm not ignoring the freedom for slaves. Okay?
No, but you're ignoring the North's reasoning for fighting. I understand the South. I understand your concentration on the South and why the South fought, but you also forget why the North fought. And that could have been totally taken away if the South would have done one thing. Prior to firing on Fort Sumter, if the South had said, you know what, we're going to free the slaves, that would have ended. There wouldn't even have been a war, even after they fired on Fort Sumter, if they would have freed the slaves. There wouldn't have been an argument.
Robert E. Lee argued for that from the very beginning.
Yeah,
but do you really think? I don't think it would have stopped. Lincoln would have pursued.
I think that's just nonsense. The Lincoln would not have pursued that. But the problem that you have, Mad Dodge, is that the South would not have taken even up the issue of secession, all right, because they wouldn't have needed to if it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to keep slavery.
Dude, okay, you want to argue about they wanted to keep slavery. Slavery. Abraham Lincoln offered them to keep slavery indefinitely.
Right. No, he offered to let the South keep the slaves that they were going to have. The problem is that they weren't going to allow any further expansion in the U.S. territories of slavery states.
Well, the Mason-Dixon line should go all the way through California.
And that obviously wasn't going to happen, was it? That's where everything turned.
No, but they were okay. Like, even the North didn't want blacks settling in their state. They all had laws against it.
Not all of them had laws against it. that's
Oregon, New York. Wait, Oregon, New York, New Jersey, Ohio.
Oregon wasn't a state. All right. New York and New Jersey.
Civil War, man. They were a state in
Oregon?
1856. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah, look it up real quick. Look it up.
I don't think Oregon was a state. I know California became a state in
Yeah.
1863.
No, Oregon was a state in 1859.
That could be true. You might be right.
I am right.
I love listening to you guys talk, man. If you don't hear me saying too much, it's just because I'm working on my
You're
web.
right. Oregon was a state.
See, we're learning here. And it's all
No, and the South wiped them out. There was a senator that was killed and shit. It was a big deal. That's how I knew for sure I could be totally like, I am right. Because I knew it.
Washington wasn't a state, though.
No, and it took half of Oregon territory. Fucking bastards.
Washington became a state in 1889, so. But Oregon, whether Oregon was not going to be much of a participant in the Civil War anyway.
Yeah, they added them pretty much to balance it out because there was 11 or 12 southern states that seceded. They counted DC and Maryland as 12 and 13, but there was really just 11 states that left.
You had Maryland was seized, all right, when the war began. Delaware actually voted to stay in the Union, although it was still considered a slave state.
Yeah, until they passed the 14th Amendment, right?
Well, until the 14th Amendment comes about, yeah, that is true. But then, that is which is one of the reasons why the 14th Amendment had to be ratified within the United States in order to end slavery. However, that has nothing to do with secession, all right?
Yeah.
Because secession, that's a side issue from the secession's point of view. The fact is that if the southern states, if the state of South Carolina, for example, had ended slavery prior to firing on Fort Sumter, there wouldn't have been a war. But then again, why was the South dead set against fighting? This is one of the things I've been trying to say. If you are truly willing to say that it was a tax issue, if you really think that it was a tax issue, then you have to be saying, okay, where could I make compromise? Because that's how Congress works. Where could I make compromise? If the southern states thought it was a tax issue, they could have compromised on the issue of slavery, all right, and gotten the tax issue resolved favorably to themselves.
Man,
they had tried that for a decade or so, though.
No, they hadn't.
Yes, they have. Jefferson Davis was what?
They had not tried within their own state houses to end slavery.
Robert E. Lee argued in favor of ending slavery.
Well,
Calhoun
Robert E.
was
Lee
very
was
much
from the state of Virginia. Virginia was industrializing at the time, and industrialization causes, in order for you to properly industrialize, you can't do it with slavery. Once you start to industrialize, slavery becomes a drag to industrialization. So this is why the northern states, all right, which had already previously industrialized, had already outlawed slavery. It wasn't because these people were morally superior to the South. I'm not saying that, all right, but it was because slavery was a drag to their economies, so therefore they got rid of it. This is why you didn't see slaves in New Hampshire, even though New Hampshire had not technically put anything in there saying that there could be no slaves in New Hampshire. New Hampshire had no slaves simply because industrialization slaves wouldn't work within an industrial group. All right, now if you had done that in the southern states wouldn't have a cause, all right, or even a worry about the further western states, all right, coming into the United States as slave or as free. The whole Missouri Compromise, all right, would never have needed to take place.
No, for sure. Yeah, when you come to the Missouri Compromise, that was a bunch of bullshit.
Well,
but when you're coming to the causes of the war between the states, I still want to argue taxes. When Abraham Lincoln came in, they were going to jump in 150%. I mean, how can you argue that it wasn't?
I'm arguing very, very, very vociferously that there wouldn't have been an issue if there weren't slaves, because the North would not have been willing, all right, to go to the South. Furthermore, if there were no slaves in the South, do you really think that Abraham Lincoln would have been elected president to begin with?
With the split up demographic of the election that year, yeah, probably.
No, because it had totally turned that election. Slavery was the primary issue in that election.
Oh, have you ever watched the Douglas and Lincoln debates?
Yeah, I have seen several documentaries on the Douglas Lincoln debates. Yes, I'm quite aware of them.
He was not against slavery.
Some of them were. Some of them were pro versus anti-slavery. Not all of the debates as they went through from area to area. That is true. But to say that that slavery did not get discussed in there, that's a misnomer.
Yeah, but he argued from the point of view of we are the superior. And I really don't care.
I'm not arguing that point at all. We're talking about the issue of slavery. Once again, if there were no slaves in the South, if the South had voted to end slavery, all right, prior to the election, all right, the 1860 election from taking place, Lincoln would not have been elected president. Lincoln would be a footnote in U.S. history. At best.
If the Southern Democrats split in half, then Lincoln would not have been elected. But the Democrats split.
When you say the Southern Democrats, it wasn't the Southern Democrats that got split. The Southern Democrats were fully on board. What split was the Northern Democrats, because they split their vote.
Okay, well, maybe you're right. Fair enough.
Hey, you guys want to talk about something else for a minute? Give a little break here. I got something for you. I was just
what's up?
Oop. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I just said, what's up, man? What you got?
Well, earlier we were talking about Mr. President Trump's tweet. There, he was getting it was getting real hot, right? It was getting some super high numbers on the WWF tweet. So I just would give you a little update that it's up to 387,000 likes and 238,000 retweets, 119,000 comments. So I'm just loving that, watching those numbers spin up. Earlier when we were in there, I was like refreshing it, just watching the numbers go up and up and up and up and up. That's got to be the biggest tweet I've ever seen. You guys ever seen any bigger than 387,000 likes?
Not for something this quickly, no.
I mean, yeah, it's 12 hours since he tweeted it, and it's at 387,000 likes. I mean, I'm like new to Twitter as of a year ago, I could say, but I've never seen one that big. That seems like the biggest one I've ever seen, especially as fast too.
Well, I think one thing that like Tigerson and the British are basically our English compatriots.
Yeah.
Don't understand is Trump isn't just running against the Democrats in Congress, right?
Oh, yeah.
He is running against the press.
Fake fucking news.
Okay, and he's going to have to continue to press the press. Now, what I will say is this: he has, from a credibility standpoint, from a listening standpoint, for all intents and purposes, destroyed CNN as a news organization. All right, and I think that's where you're at now. But that's just one of the media outlets that he's got to take on.
Yeah.
So I think what he's doing is he's picking them off one at a time. Okay, CNN is a victory for him. He's doing his victory lap with his tweet. Okay. Now you watch. The next fight's going to be in MSNBC. You're going to constantly see him berating MSNBC or NBC as a whole. And he's going to take them on just like he was taking on CNN daily. He's going to now start taking on NBC daily.
God, I can't wait, dude. I am hooked to his Twitter like crack, dude. I am just like, I can't wait for the next thing he says, dude. I mean, I can't even help myself. I've never been so interested in like, I'm like, what is he saying now? What is he saying now? You know what I mean?
But there is one more thing that I wanted to say that was something of a sidelight. One of the things the British are always worries about is when you start talking about the credibility of the news organization, he's worried about, well, if you totally destroy the news, who do you then believe? Who do you then start listening to, right? You know, and here's my feelings on that. Okay, every time somebody, a public figure, all right, like Richard Spencer, all right, or anyone else, Milo Yiannopoulos, are called Nazis, what's the response? What's the response of the people that are their, not just their supporters, but the people that were siding with them on various issues? Okay.
To reject it, call them social justice warriors, shame them, perhaps.
Well, no, that's not exactly accurate. What happens is that you have people that then discuss it very quickly.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. For example, with Milo Yiannopoulos, let's be honest, he caught a lot of heat because there were people that were quote unquote on Milo Yiannopoulos' side up to that point, who then rapidly changed their minds when they were forced to witness some of the other tweets and so forth on being a pedophile. Milo Yiannopoulos lost a lot of support as a result of that. Okay, so my answer is basically this. I think you're really doing a disservice to the American people, especially in their ability to analyze things and take things for what they're worth. Nobody really follows Richard Spencer. They don't think that he should be punched for being a white supremacist asshat. All right, but that doesn't mean that they don't think that there's something wrong with him. His movement will never grow beyond what it already has. Same thing with Milo Yiannopoulos. All right, there are diehard supporters of Milo Yiannopoulos, but after his commentaries about, you know, when it comes to pedophilia-like comments, I'm not saying he's a pedophile. All right.
Right.
I'm just saying his stance, he will never grow any further. So the fear that Trump would be able to do something that was totally outlandish and that people would just poo-poo it, the vast majority of Americans would not just poo-poo something like that. They would examine it and then they would decide whether or not it's realistic or not. Now, is there an initial thing from something like CNN or MSNBC or CBS, et cetera? Is there an initial thing to say, well, wait a minute here, I don't believe you? Yeah, that's going to be their initial response. But the response isn't ignoring what they said. The response from the American people and what has to be looked at is, let's examine this. They're willing to examine. When something new comes up, the first thing everyone does is examine it and say, where the hell did you get this from? It's not, oh, that can't possibly be true. No, the first question is where is this from? All right. Like the PISS dossier.
Yeah.
Right. The American people are like, well, where was this from? And let's be honest, initially nobody knew. Then they learned it was MI6, and you're like, oh, well, what's going on here? Where else is this from? And people start digging into it until they realized this is just a bunch of bullshit. People didn't let it go. People didn't ignore that it existed, right? They went to find out what all the ramifications of it were and whether or not how true it was and how untrue it was. So I really think that the Britishers' point and his fear is frankly at this point in time unfounded.
And I would tend to agree with you because of one major factor, and that is the internet. That is the ability to do exactly what we're doing right now. I believe that it is a total game changer. Because what is going to happen is CNNs and the MSNBCs and what, they're going to become discredited, and people will attempt to find other places for the news and philosophy and entertainment and things like that. And I believe that they're going to find their way onto YouTube and SoundCloud and Gab and Twitter and things like that. And then they're going to be able to make their own decision and not have a matrix wire pumping, brainwashing poison into their head all day long, which is kind of what it seems like. I've got friends that are saying, like, I was like making the comment, how could anybody ever watch CNN again? How could anybody ever watch MSNBC again? And my friend was like, well, I would still watch them. He's like, I don't have cable, but if I did, I would watch them. And I'm like, why? And he's like, to understand why my parents think what they think. Which goes back to what you were saying earlier, like the questioning of the basis of your reality is a very extremely hard thing to wrap your head around. Like if you've got to go back and rethink what your loving, wonderful parents are telling you, that's a hard thing to come to grips with, especially when you're starting to figure out that they're probably not right about certain things. You know what I mean?
Well, when you're older, when you're younger, when you're in your 20s, your early 20s, right? It's really easy to argue with your parents because you're still part of in that rebellion. At least for me, it was. All right.
Yes.
You're in kind of a rebellious phase. You're trying to find your way out of where you were and so forth. You're stretching your wings, etc. All right. Obviously, you start doing that in your teens, and then it expands a bit in your early 20s, and then your mid 20s, you're starting to realize maybe my mom were right about this, and then you get to the later 20s, and you're like, they were right about a whole lot of shit. Maybe I should shut my mouth for a while.
Yeah.
Okay. At least that's how it went for me. Now I suspect that I'm not alone in that regard. All right. The thing is when it comes to news. All right, within the United States, and this is very true. This is another issue. The news within the United States versus the news in the rest of the world is completely different. Once again, this comes back to the structure, okay? And what a lot of people fail to realize is that a lot of their feelings toward a lot of philosophical issues or even political issues are still overlaid with their initial impressions that came from when the news media was able to totally control their own narratives.
Correct.
When they had total control over it. And so they have kind of a nostalgia in a way. They don't look at it that way necessarily, but they have a nostalgic look at, okay, well, this is what the definitions are of this term for what a conservative is versus what a conservative isn't, what a liberal is versus what a liberal isn't, right? And those definitions are completely different, really, if you really want to take a close look at it, between the United States and, let's say, Great Britain. Completely different, all right? And the reality is that people within the United States still have a fond memory of what they think the left was, of what they think Democrats were, without realizing that a lot of what the Democrats are or were is what they are today. It hasn't changed. And if you don't believe me, all right, if people doubt that that's true, all you've got to do is take a good hard look at who the leadership is of the Democrat Party. It hasn't changed. All right.
Man.
The old guard, the older people within the Democrat Party, they haven't changed. You take a look at Patrick Leahy. He hasn't changed. He hasn't changed his attitude. Now, what he harps on has changed, and people are like, well, wow, he's a far left lunatic. Really? So he wasn't a far tech lunatic? When did he become a far out lunatic, leftist loon? He was always a far out leftist loon. Okay, people didn't realize it because of the things he was saying at the time were mostly hidden. The policies of what he was promoting were mostly hidden from the vast majority. Okay, let's go back to this term shitlord that everybody loves to throw around. Okay. I'm a shitlord. Lately, people like this to claim they're shitlords, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, and I have no real problem with it. Okay, I really don't. The thing is it makes me laugh because they think that, well, we're the shitlords. Really? Who were the shitlords in the 1980s? Name me a shitlord in the 1980s.
Yeah, that's funny.
There is one, believe it or not.
Bill Hicks.
Rush Limbaugh.
I was about to say, yeah. I would say that
Rush Limbaugh was the one who went out of his way to poke fun at leftists. It's not that he was a conservative. It was he poked fun at leftists. His whole things where he got together with Paul Shanklin to make all the different audio cuts in small little jingles that they put out there. That is really the modern version of shitlords, all right, or the ancient version of shitlords. It was the beginning of the modern shitlord era, in my opinion. But does he give any credit for that? No, of course not. Why? Well, because he was a conservative, and we don't want to give conservatives any credit. We got to talk about how, well, I don't want to side with either the conservatives or the leftists. There's this, I want to be a centrist.
Well, my dad's really big on Rush, and I'm 34, so Rush, when he was in his heyday of like the late 80s, early 90s, I never heard that. I was like 8 to 12 years old or something. But my dad did, and he loved it. He was like, man, I loved when he would go on there and fire up the chainsaws talking about global warming and stuff like that. Like, what are you talking about? I'm like, what are you even talking about? I never heard him do that. Like, hey, crazy.
His Echo News announcement, or his feminist updates.
My old man loved it, dude, and I mean that's where I got like most of my politics from is him bitching about it all the time. And I'm more hardcore than he is now. He's more of a Bush type Republican, I guess you could say. He's like more of a mainline conservative Republican guy. Whereas I'm more of the Ron Paul libertarian side. I kind of went that way a little bit. But I'm also, have that in me too. So I'm kind of like I said, I have a fair balance between you guys. I'm kind of in the middle somewhere, only because of my own realization that my thinking is malleable, and I'll listen to all sides of the argument and kind of just sort of gravitate towards one or the other or neither. But I'm still
liberty, son, liberty.
It's all about
Mad Dodge, whether you like to admit this or not. Libertarianism turns on a single issue. And that's legalization. And that's legalization of pot.
No, it's a legalization.
Hold on. You take away the legalization of pot, okay, and the Libertarian Party disintegrates. Absolutely.
No, we want all drugs legal, all of them. Heroin.
No. I don't disagree. I understand what you're saying from your point of view, but if you examine the totality of the Libertarian Party as it currently exists, their number one issue and their primary issue is the legalization of pot, because all other issues to them start to fracture what libertarians say. And this is why the libertarians have not been able to garner any kind of traction, all right, in any kind of nationalistic polling. And that's why. And it's going to continue that way. Until you start getting some libertarians who are willing to fight, all right, and trying to reduce the size of government. The problem with doing that is when you have a fight for reducing the size of the federal government, okay, you have to deal with the quote-unquote Ron Paul wing of the Republican Party. And you're never going to expand because they've already co-opted that.
Which is my point. I was in on the co-opting. Like, that was my thing. I was like in the libertarian stuff, and then I was like, well, I don't know. Pushing that seems to be fruitless at the time. I was trying to get Ron Paul elected. So I became a Republican in my local county and started going to the meetings and everything. I got elected as a delegate in my township, and I went and cast a vote for Ron Paul at the state convention. So like that got me really into politics. But you're right, the marijuana and or drug issue is kind of a linchpin, and I side with Matt Dodge on this issue. As far as I think it's unconstitutional. I don't think it provides. I don't think prohibition is legal according to the Constitution. So I do fall into that category, but I've been trying to change it by co-opting the Republican Party or trying to work with them or what would you say, compromise a little bit to baby step. I've seen that as the better approach than trying to push for libertarianism. Although I vote libertarian in elections where I don't like if I don't know exactly the two candidates that are running, there's an R and a D and an L, I vote L. Just because they need.
Well, no, I think we just really need to argue for individuality and states' rights. It all boils down to the freedom of the state.
And I can't argue with that because I totally believe in that. But I also believe what MC is saying, where if California votes to secede, there's going to be a lot of problems about that. And the problems, they don't just sort themselves out. Like the nukes, let's say there's nukes in California. They don't get to keep those nukes. California didn't pay for those nukes.
Yeah, they do. If it's state land, they get to keep them.
Well,
that's like Fort Sumter. The South had every right to fire on Fort Sumter.
Well, then I would say, I mean, we'd have to cross that bridge when we get there. But I guess what I'm saying is I kind of get pieces of both of what you're saying. So like I'm in the middle, and while I agree with MC, I also agree with Matt. And that's the thing is MC to me seems very pragmatic, where Mad Dot seems very ideologically, it's set in stone. And I'm somewhere in the middle where I'm trying to figure out, well, I believe ideologically this way, but pragmatically, are we ever going to get anything done with that too? And it's not always about getting stuff done. It's about doing the right thing. But how do you eventually get to the right thing, maybe in 80 years or however long it'll take to reverse this for our kids and stuff like that, And what I think.
Yeah, for sure. I totally hear what you're saying. But pragmatically, I mean, I would just argue for freedom the whole time. And we'll see how far that goes.
In order for you to argue for freedom the way that you're talking about, you'd better understand one thing, and that is, in order to have a free society like you expect, you'd better have moral people.
Yes, that's the other thing. The founder said without a moral people.
Don't you believe we're moral? I would believe.
No, actually, I don't believe that the United States as a whole is moral at this point in time.
I think we've lost our way, quite frankly. And a lot of respects, but I don't.
Elaborate, sirs, because I would argue that we are a moral people.
California, Hollywood, San Francisco.
Yeah, yeah, we're not moral people. I think that we're very. I think the majority of people that we surround ourselves with are moral people. I think that the general population has become.
You want me to elaborate even further? I'll go in a totally different direction. Explain Bill Clinton. Explain William Jefferson. Explain Marion Barry.
What about Clinton? That he got a blowjob? I don't give a shit that he got a blowjob. It
doesn't matter. You have a legal structure where he's the number one law enforcement officer in the nation, okay, who lied under oath, who then tried to suborn other people to also lie under oath.
How about a blowjob?
It doesn't matter. We lost that fight in the Supreme Court.
Well, yeah, because...
Okay, no. There's no because now. We're either a nation of laws or we're not. You either sit up there and are moral about things or you're not. You don't get to pick and choose which laws you want to enforce. And when you're the number one law enforcement officer in the nation, which is what the president actually is, you cannot afford to have somebody that is corrupt. And that's willing to use his office to continue corruption.
Yeah. I would argue that it's none of our business about who gives him head. So that's the stance I'm taking. Is it's not our business.
Whether it was our business or not, it became an issue. And it became an issue, all right, because the liberals, his side, okay, had made it a legal issue, had put it in place. This is why you end up with Bob Packwood. It's why I keep bringing up this name, because this all leads down this trail where all of a sudden now, if it's a Republican, it's a conservative, and how the press treated Bob Packwood. And then you turn around and take a look at what the press was doing during the Bill Clinton era. Bob Packwood didn't do anything Bill Clinton didn't do. He didn't do something that was outrageous in regards to what Bill Clinton did. Yeah, look at the difference in treatment, not just by the press, but also under the law, and that became the fracture point.
It's been
you want
my
to say we're a moral people? Sorry, don't buy it.
Yeah, I don't buy it either, really. I mean, I think that we're better than most. Like, I feel like we're on point. We're still the #1 country. We still got the best odds, but we are far from a moral people. But I think we can gain.
We are. Well, it depends on your morality. I mean, are you talking subjective or objective morality? But I would argue we are a moral people, and that we are up above the others. They should strive to be like us.
Yes, I agree. I totally agree with that, because I think that we're probably one of the most moral peoples. Our government is definitely not the most moral government, but we are trying desperately to change that and figure out how to change that. Like, all these atrocities that are committed in our name, it's not right to blame us for. Other countries look at Americans and like, how could you let this happen? What did you do? Who did you elect? All this stuff. And it's really like we're figuring out, we're getting our boots on, and we're figuring out how to fix this thing right now. Because it's just not going to stand. The dude can't abide and watch us go down, at a certain point. And we've got to be constructive about it, because all the other people that think that they have the right idea on the left, they're just flipping out and making they're getting the boots on too, but they're not gaining any ground. They're losing it. I really want to get with these people and try to reason with them and talk to them. I mean, I keep mentioning this name, and I don't want to name drop too much, but I see this Holly Seelger. Have you guys checked her out at all? You know who she is? Anyways, Holly Seelger is a Green Party member from Maine who makes YouTube videos, and I really, really appreciate her, and I really appreciate
Holly, right? Yeah. I've been following Holly for a while. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, she's the one I made the video because the local press started attacking her. Her local press started attacking her, calling her fake news, and saying she was a conspiracy theorist and things like this. Mm-hmm. Portland, Maine. Because she's rocketed all the way up from, like, I started watching her at like 500 subscribers, and now she's at like 4,300 subscribers in like 2 or 3 months. Like, she's blown up the charts right now, basically. And now she's getting local hit pieces done about her. But she's wonderful. And the thing about her is, I look at that like, I can't just say the whole left is rotten because of people like Holly Seelger. Like, they need to be reached out to. There is, and not Holly, because I don't need to tell Holly anything. She's already on point. But there's a lot of people that would listen to Holly that might listen to me too. That might listen to you guys. You know what I mean? Like, there's a contingent.
The problem Holly has is the problem all leftists have. In order to get some of their policies through, they're going to have to in order to do that, you would need to utilize authoritarian means. And very harsh authoritarian means. Okay. Do you think that Holly would be willing to sit there and take a look at the EPA and say, you know what, we need to remove the EPA from existence? I don't.
No, she wouldn't. She would want to keep the EPA, and she'd want to go harder on it. I follow Holly as well, and she is a Green Party lady. She is not a libertarian, right? Not by a long shot.
Correct. But I think that the conversation could be had. That's my point. The people that are willing to have a conversation with us, I don't want to demonize them. I don't want to just blow them off. Just like the flat earther discussions. Like, if you're going to be a decent human being and actually discuss things honestly and talk things out, you're my friend. I want to talk to you. You know what I mean? We can disagree on things. We might not have the same viewpoint, but if we can just have a discussion about things, then I think we're on the road.
Did we Ogre out? Is that what happened? Did Ogre get mad because of the flat earth thing?
No, I don't know. Maybe he did. I doubt it, but I think he just went for other reasons. But because I don't think that he would get mad about that. That's just me. I don't know Ogre. Like, I've been, I hang out with Ogre about as much as I hang out with you, Mad Dodge. So, I mean, I don't know all his ins and outs or whatever, but I don't think he left because of the flat earth thing. he because we were already on the other stuff. Like if you got pissed about that, you probably left earlier or something. But yeah,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I think we drove most people away because we were arguing about the Civil War and they have nothing to say.
well, then the other thing, yeah, that is.
I have a bunch to say about the Civil War. I can keep going, MC.
No, you missed my point. Just because you and I are discussing something doesn't mean that other panelists want to be there just sitting like a bump on the log when
Right.
they have nothing to add or to detract from the discussion.
But see, that's the thing is like I'm into it. Like I know you guys and you're my friends, so like I love listening to you guys talk to each other about the Civil War. As long as you guys don't start yelling and railroading over each other, it's completely fine. Like the point by point discussion back and forth, volleyballing it, if you will, ping ponging it, if you will, is cool to me. But yeah, there was other people on there, and it was when you get into that Civil War discussion, and that's the thing I've noticed about you two guys, are you're so smart on it. Like I can't very much add stuff to it. And, you know, I feel like I'm pretty based in what I know, but I have a hard time adding anything other than saying like, oh yeah, I feel like this or this every 20 minutes, you know. But I know you guys, we kind of have a thing that we're getting going a little bit maybe. But yeah, I don't think that the flat earth thing drove Ogre out though. I think he probably just had something else to do. Stag, same way. And then
yeah, I brought up the flat earth thing because Stags was joining me. That was why. I was like, okay, Stags has been done some flat earth shit. Ogre thinks the earth is flat. Let's do this.
Yeah,
I don't think necessarily that the Ogre thinks that the earth is flat. I think he's more like review the earth than I am, which is let's have the discussion. There are points to discuss. All right.
Yeah.
And there's no reason to avoid the discussion.
Yes. And then when people immediately, like when you try to discuss it, they're like, you're a fucking idiot. You know, you're like, wow, well, you're really thinking that out. It's the same thing as politics when you mention Trump on a feed and they're like, well, you're just blind Trump support. Well, okay.
Yeah. I try not to do that. I try not to go, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Or else me and MC would never talk.
Right.
Like, I'd be like, you're a fucking Yankee idiot. Fuck you. And then lock him out.
And that's the point. Like we've got to get to a point where we're allowed to drop little spicy memes like Trump is. I mean, I don't think that what he did was bad at all. I enjoyed it. That's just me. I think that, but I don't think that's like serious name calling. That's way like not warranted. Like those people did shitty things and they're shitty people and they got shit on a little bit, you know? And they probably did it.
Well, like I said, I look at that more like Trump taking a victory lap.
Yeah.
Because I think he feels vindicated and from a public standpoint and how the press, or not how the press, but how the public generally views CNN now, I think he's won. Now,
I hope so.
Does that stop? Is that going to stop the media? No. Is it going to stop? Like I said, I think his next target is going to be MSNBC. All right. Yeah. I think he's going to take them on, and he's going to use the Morning Joe show. All right, as his foil. All right, he's going to pick on that directly until they totally fall apart. All right, or until they totally defeat.
AMC, do you think they're going to do like the good cop, bad cop thing with Rand Paul wanting to peel Obamacare, and then Trump's like, oh well, let's do a plan to replace it?
I think that from in the realm of politics, when you start talking about Congress and how Congress functions, all right. I think what they're going to do is they're going to force the Senate to have to make a decision. All right. Everybody in the Senate and everybody in Congress, everybody knows that Obamacare is a disaster. Everybody does. I mean, it's obvious to anybody when you really look at it. Okay. Now you have people on both sides of that issue saying, well, it's better than nothing, or that at least it did this or whatever. But Obamacare can't hold. Obamacare has now been placed in this. Bong bong, we're back to collision alarms.
God damn it, review, man. Like really, dude.
So I think what's going to happen is the Senate is going to live and die by this. All right, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, that's why I'm not really that concerned with it. All right, whether we get Obamacare legislation now or later, it's totally up to the Senate and how the Senate functions. It really is going to come down to
Rand Paul is going to block it and they're going to repeal. That's my hope.
I suspect that that's what's going to happen is they're going to come back and say, okay, we'll just have a vote on repeal and we'll see what happens from there. Either way, what's going to happen is no matter what is selected now is not what's coming out. No matter what the Senate does is not what's coming out. What's coming out is going to be from the reconciliation process. That's where all the devil in the details are going to come back. That's why I'm not worried about this one way or another. There's things that I like in the Senate bill. There's things I hate in the Senate bill. There's things I liked in the House bill. There's things I hate in the House bill. But that's not what's going to happen. If you really want to fix healthcare, I tend to stand
with Rand. He fights against drone strikes. He fights against the fucking, the NRA and all this other shit. I tend to stand with him. I tend to side with Rand Paul.
I think Rand Paul as a whole is probably a good thing, but I think that there's a misunderstanding of the way the world works from Rand Paul. The world doesn't work the way you want it to. When you start talking about foreign policy and how foreign policy needs to change and what we need to do from a foreign policy standpoint, and your policy is very strictly, well, let's just get out of it and let's go back to Fortress America.
That's right.
I think that you are now have to understand that by doing that, you're condemning the world to World War III. Get ready for it.
Well, fuck the world. Okay, FTW, man.
World War we got involved in 2 world wars. Do you think World War III we won't get involved in? We won't get dragged into?
If nobody nukes me, then I don't want to involve myself with them.
You can say that's another misnomer. Just because you don't want to be involved in another nation and another nation's politics doesn't mean they can't force you to get involved.
Country would you be talking about? Germany, Great Britain, what?
How about Iran? How about Iran firing silkworm missiles at our
Iran don't want us involved, man.
Iran certainly wants us involved. If they're getting their asses kicked by somebody else, then they need allies, and bringing the United States into a war will give them allies. You don't think that Iran wouldn't fire off some freaking silkworm missiles at our ships? They're already
Iran. Wait a minute. The extent of what Iran could really do is shut down the sea right there next to them. That's about it.
Okay, and what would the effect be? In order to do that, you have to fire on ships.
Global recession.
Once again, you have to fire on ships, and you'd have to fire on ships with the American flag. Do you think that they would not fire on American shipping?
Do you think, though, Russia would not fire upon them? Russia will want the same amount of import going through there.
No, I don't think Russia has any imports going through there right now. It wouldn't bother Russia one way or another. That's not something that concerns Russia.
Wait a minute. Russia has, one freshwater port? The Baltic Sea. That's about it, right? Everything else freezes over in the winter.
Well, they got things in the Pacific that don't freeze. They got areas in the Pacific that don't freeze. In the north, they have treaties, right? You have really one port that doesn't freeze in the wintertime, which is why they have always tried to expand to try and get another port, another ice-free port.
Yeah. So Russia won't let Iran go all crazy.
What do you mean they won't let Iran go all crazy?
They're gonna reel them in.
How?
Well, if everybody turned on Iran, then they're done.
Once again, if everybody turns on Iran. Do you see everybody going to turn on Iran? Do you think North Korea is going to turn? Hold on. Do you think North Korea is going to turn on Iran, seeing as they have a weapons sharing agreement?
If Russia and the United States drew a fucking line and we're like, don't.
Well, wait a minute. Then you're interfering with their ability to do things, aren't you? And how much you decide to utilize, what you decide to utilize as a trigger, all right, is going to have an effect, right? So initially you're going to try and use just regular bold pressure, telling other nations how they have to act.
Well, what about the other Asian countries? You know, you're talking about Japan's over there, China.
Okay, when have you seen Japan? When have you seen Japan flex any kind of military might?
Well, they're kind of scared after, 2 nukes.
Okay.
Well, that's why they're kind of scared.
Well, why is immaterial? We're not worried about why right now. We're worried about what they will do. And okay, have you seen them deploy? Have you seen them expand militarily? And if Japan begins to a rapid expansion militarily, all right. Let's say they go on a crash program where they build. Let's say they go on a crash program where they build aircraft carriers, for example. All right, and put together a true offensive force again. All right, which they've got the technical capability of doing that. How will the rest of those nations react? How will the Philippines react? How will Indonesia react?
Well, first off, the Philippines, don't they have a crazy dictator shooting fucking heroin addicts? So I really don't care how they react. They can fuck off.
All of this affects the world and goes right down to one of our major allies, right? Which Japan is one of our major allies. I don't mean to say that they're not, but also affects Australia dramatically, right?
Well, I think Bering will be okay.
All right. Now, how will China react to rearming Japan?
China would react very poorly to rearming Japan.
And as Japan rearms and China starts to rearm, how will India react?
But we already have to deal with China, right? I mean, that's already on our horizon.
Well, we may have to deal with China. It depends on how this whole North Korea thing is going. So it all comes back to 2 small little states, North Korea and Iran, that now become a linchpin to a possible third world war. Just like a small little country called Serbia became a linchpin for the First World War.
I say we back off Iran, but we invade and take over North Korea.
Back off Iran, you guarantee a war with Saudi Arabia.
No, we send Dennis Rodman first to go hang out with He's there hanging out. We invade and just take them over in 48 hours. It'll be easy.
If we invaded North Korea, China would react. And now you got a third world war just immediately right that way.
No, China is kind of on the fence. They're kind of getting tired of North Korea. You know what I mean?
Well, right. I agree with you. But if we invaded them, they would react.
Without their permission, per se.
Well, we've never stopped. The war never ended.
No, they can't. They can't. It's not just that, man. It's not just that review. You got to understand. If we sit up there and let's say we reunified Korea, directly reunified Korea under South Korea. Okay. The problem that China would immediately have is that they would have a true Western-style free democracy right on their border.
Correct.
People in China would begin to directly flee, right? All of their, especially their intelligentsia, the ones that really are looking for it. There would be a massive flood of Chinese trying to get the hell out of that country.
Right. You're right, because North Korea acts as a stopgap to get to South Korea.
Exactly.
I never thought of that.
China cannot afford something like that. They just can't.
They can't afford any sort of freedom. I mean, they're baby stepping their way. I don't want to say toward freedom, but like loosening oppression, I guess would be a better term. But it's not good enough for me. I'm an American, man. I don't buy that bullshit, you know?
Well, no, wait a minute, though. Like, China is cutting off the coal supply to North Korea. They're doing a lot of these things to inch North Korea back into the fold.
Right. Yes. I mean, the China is cooperating with Trump, or did a little bit. I don't know if that's still going on. It might have been a token symbol of something, but it doesn't seem to have been very fruitful because Trump's back on his Twitter saying that, well, China did their best, but they couldn't do shit about it. So we're going to have to take shit in our own hands, which is a little concerning, but it's not. It's concerning to people who think that everything Trump says is like the end of the world. But like people like me who think it's just bartering, it's negotiation, it's telling people the worst case scenario so you can improve on it, sort of thing. I went through this Dale Carnegie class. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that before, but it teaches you. It's called like it's like a communications class it's called How to Win Friends and Influence People, and it tells you these negotiation tactics and stuff of people of the past and things, and that is definitely one of them. He uses that's another thing I see in Trump. Besides, party lines, as I can see a guy who is very educated, very smart, is a master communicator, and he's using all these tactics to his advantage. All this stuff with MSNBC and CNN, it looks a little dirty on the surface maybe, but what he's doing is he's pushing buttons. I do believe in the 10.2D chess angle per se, as much as one could, I think. And
I don't think it's that deep.
Yeah,
I really don't. I do agree that I do agree that he is negotiating. He's using a negotiation standpoint via Twitter, and the reason he's doing it via Twitter, let's be real blunt about this, he has no other choice.
Correct.
He cannot afford to have a message that you're trying to send, especially a message of strength you're trying to send.
Yeah.
To China, be filtered through the MSM. Because they will not send, they will act as somehow he's waffling, as if he's caving, as if they would say all sorts of things that were totally inaccurate, because they would rather side with the communist Chinese than they would Trump.
Correct.
They look at Trump, and they look at Trump as the greatest enemy to the world.
And
what people don't realize is that they've looked that way toward every person who had an R by their name.
I can't fathom it. The only thing you can think of me when I see all this happening is it's the same crap they pulled on Ron Paul. They weren't going to let him be president, but he didn't have enough populist support to overcome it. Trump did. Trump is a real man. He's a real president. He's a populist. He's not a globalist. He's not one of them. He's not a Jeb Bush. You know what I mean? Like, we elected a real president for the first time in I don't even know how long.
Well, like Ron Paul shot himself in the foot because he failed to understand his position with the press.
Well, he failed his presidential campaign because of that, but he actually succeeded, in my opinion, because he changed the hearts and minds of a lot of people who really mattered. Like,
yeah, me included.
I'm not sure if I agree with that. I don't necessarily disagree with it, okay? But I don't know if I agree with it to the extent that I think that it has less to do with Ron Paul, all right, than it has to do with the shattering of the mainstream media.
Correct. That and the message of liberty and freedom, because I don't know who on this planet wouldn't want to be free and liberated. I can't figure that out.
There are plenty of those. Just look at the Democrats who would much rather sacrifice liberty for security, and they end up with neither, and they still haven't learned that lesson.
But the Republicans want to do the same exact thing. The Republicans will, even to a harder extent, almost sometimes. The Republicans.
Well, but you're having a fight within the Republican Party. All right. Now, this is not necessarily a good thing because it seeds the field because of the structure that we have within the country. But it wasn't too long ago. It was only the Reagan era where the primary focus of Reagan was to reduce the size of the federal government.
Yeah.
Now, he failed to do that. Let's be honest. And the reason he failed to do that was because he didn't have a Republican Congress.
Yes.
The Republican Congress finally did come into power, which is during the Clintons. Was going to Clinton, right? They went out to try and attempt to do that, and it succeeded in their first attempts. All right, but have failed ever since because it's been muted. And the main reason is because the press basically demonized Republicans to the point where every Republican is some right wing, white social, white supremacist, right? Bible thumper who comes out there and says, "This is the Bible. Every one of you will be Christians, or we'll shoot you all. We'll string you up just like we do the gays and the blacks."
Yeah,
that's the impression
Well,
that the
isn't
media
that
gave.
about what they do?
What was that?
The right, the hardcore Republicans. That's about what they do, right?
No, that's
They're
not what. See,
arguing
that has
identity
never been
politics.
never been the core of the Republican Party. The core of the Republican Party was the Tea Party, the guys who want less taxes and
No,
to be
but they're
left alone.
arguing identity politics. They're arguing from the point of view where the Bible says it's bad, so it's bad.
There are people like that, but that was not the core of the Republican Party.
Correct. It was for a while, I would say, and it wasn't meant to be ever, I don't think, but it became.
I don't think it ever was. I don't think it ever was. I think that what you saw was the press overblowing or overemphasizing those elements of the Republican Party. Now, there is one fight that has been a stalwart of the Republican Party, and that is the abortion issue, right? But they equate the abortion issue with the same Bible-thumping right-wing zealots.
Well, no, and I'm atheist and I'm pro-life, so they can't equate that to me.
Well, not to you, maybe, but we're talking about when the mainstream press had total control of the narrative. You can't ignore the fact that they had total control of the narrative from the 60s all the way through the 1990s.
No, absolutely, 110% agree with you there. And that is basically what I have come to find as the root of the problem. I mean, is the media, the fake news media that is not there to tell us the truth, but they are there to control the narrative, like you're saying. And whatever narrative that is, whatever that's like this last Veritas video that came out, it wasn't seen as much as rating. Like that is true scum. Like they don't even have their like. It'd be one thing if it'd be horrible and disgusting if it was like their ideology pushing them. Like, well, we don't like Trump for XYZ reasons, and we're very based on it. And there's lots of evidence to point to the fact. No, they are really doing this Marussia thing straight up for money and ratings is what I got out of it, and that is purely disgusting. Like they're not even doing it for the leftist agenda. Although that's probably a little sidecar bonus, right?
I disagree with you there. I think they would be pushing this even if it wasn't affecting the ratings one way or another.
But it seems like they are like
I think it just falls in line with that is one of the reasons that they're using as a justification. I think that's a cover for the justification of their leftist motivations.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
And this is why, I know Wolfshot really gets on me because she thinks that I'm just a hardcore, conservative Nazi in some cases. Not quite that bad. I mean, but she likes to needle me with it, right? And the thing is I approach things from okay, let's take a look at when you're talking about the press, especially, and who the press is and what they've done. The biggest advantage that the press gave was they hid the fact that ultra radicals were running the Democratic Party since the 1960s. All right, ever since Kennedy was shot, ultra radicals really have taken over the total control of the Democrat Party and have been in control. Okay, you think Jimmy Carter and some of the statements he made recently were any different than what Jimmy Carter was pushing when he was president or when he was running for president? Oh, he said, "Look, I'm just a good old boy from the South, and I have, I might be a Democrat, but I'm a centrist, right?" But none of his policies were centrist. All right, I tried to point this out to Wolfshot, and she did needle me on a couple of points where she's exactly accurate in that. Okay, you have Obama willing to allow some tax cuts to continue, some supposed tax cuts to continue, and that was him giving in. But it wasn't giving in on his central powers of what was harming the country. Correct. If you want to stop Obama, this is my point. The Republican Congress never really took the levers of power and utilized the levers of power as the Democrats have in the past, all right, to really put a kibosh on policies that of a president that they supposedly disliked. The current Congress never did that, especially the Senate. Now, there's a lot of reasons for that. It isn't all right wing, left wing kind of stuff, right? There are those people in the Senate, especially, that remain very traditional to the traditional outlook of the Senate, okay, and what its purpose was in their mind.
Yeah, but no, they didn't fight it because once their guy is in power, they can utilize that.
Well, they could have fought it. They acquiesced to allowing the federal government to continue. They could have said, "Okay, we're not going to approve an extension."
Because once they're in charge of the federal government, they get to do what they want.
Well, right, but if you want to stop an agenda, if you want to stop somebody's agenda, the Democrats repeatedly refused to pass resolutions and put a stop on the federal government funding. All right, time after time, in order to force a Republican president to heal to their wishes, to accede to their wishes. It happened under George W. Bush. It happened under his father. It even happened under Reagan. Now, how come the Republicans didn't do the same thing?
Well, yeah, no, and you know Reagan said the third stool of republicanism was the Libertarian Party. I always liked that quote from him.
Well, I mean, his view of the Democrats was that I'm a Republican because I'm not a Democrat anymore, and became a Republican because the Democrats left me. It wasn't that I left the party; they left me. And there's a lot of truth to that. Now, he became a governor of a state back in the 70s. I believe he was the state of California, right? Hi, Buttercup. Hi, Buttercup.
Yay.
Hello.
Buttercup.
What's up, Buttercup?
I was instructed to join, so here I am.
Well, yeah, I said you're a hater if you didn't join.
We needed more Civil War debate, so you were summoned.
I'm sorry, what are we debating?
I don't know, but Cabbage is trying to call me. Cabbage, I'm going to decline, and you should just join us.
Take the call for a second. We can hold
it, Cabbage.
Cabbage on. And if he'll do it, but I'll hold it down for a second here. How you doing, Buttercup?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Had an interesting day, I guess.
Yeah. What happened?
Yeah. I hosted a live stream earlier, and one of the people on there would not stop shilling themselves.
Oh, by the way, subscribe to Mad Dodge Productions. Okay.
But they wouldn't stop shilling themselves, which got really, really cringy really quickly. But it's fine. I don't think they've been on very many live streams, so I'm not positive they know what the etiquette is. But I about 25 minutes or so into the stream, I got bored. And so I got on Twitter and I started looking for somebody who might be able to come on and maybe take the focus away from this person who was just shilling themselves. So I asked Undoomed if he would come on, if he was free, if he had time. So yeah, he came on.
That's about where I thought it was when Undoomed was on, and you guys went on for like 15 minutes. That's about when I caught your stream.
We streamed for like 2 hours, and Undoomed was on there for like an hour of it.
Kids, and shit to do. So sorry.
He's pretty big dude, isn't he? I mean, I was hearing about him like last summer. I haven't watched a ton of his stuff again, but
yeah, I think he's got. I think he is sitting somewhere around 310,000 subs.
Oh wow, jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, just for a second, I want to say, fuck off, Cabbage.
What's up, buddy? Yes, sir. What's up?
Thank you, darling.
Yeah.
Who the hell are all these people that are following me all of a sudden?
Probably from Undo. If you had him on there, I'm assuming.
I don't think he tweeted it out though.
Maybe he told people about it or something. I mean, that's
Yeah, I don't know. I've been following you for a while, but yeah, all the new people, probably on Doom people. Yeah, you're probably right.
It's
I
called
just
a bump.
got
It's like a
I just got
bump.
3 followers on Twitter from nothing, nowhere.
Yeah.
I don't know where they came from, and I
well.
still don't have any new subs on YouTube though, as far as I can tell. I mean, I haven't checked.
I hit 92, 8 more until I get drunk live. It should be fun.
How many? Yeah, see, I don't have any more new subs on YouTube, but random followers on Twitter. That's weird.
I get a lot of.
They'll show up. They'll show up. Let them know that you have a YouTube channel on Twitter.
Oh yeah, it's in my it's in my profile.
Oh, she shields herself, dude.
Well, that's good.
What?
That's good. You should put all your stuff on there. Like that.
I
That's
said
right.
you shield yourself. You throw your YouTube out there. Just like
I'm not. I didn't, and I also didn't throw my Twitter handle out there.
Chill away.
Yet. Keep it up and I'll start.
Well, that's what we're suggesting you do, so that more people will see that you have a channel.
Got plugs.
Yeah. Okay. My Twitter handle is at IamButtercup123, and you will find my YouTube link in my profile. It's actually in my bio. I went and got all fancy and made a custom link, so it's got my name on it.
Yeah, I did that too. I like it. That's cool. That's like once you get to a certain point, you can do that. I don't know what the number is, but it wouldn't let me do that for a while. Then it's like I had to get to somewhere to do that. It seemed like maybe not, but
I think it let me when I hit like 50 subs.
yeah, there's some like where it's like unless you're somewhat legit, you can't get one. But I did that too.
Yeah.
Because it's hard. I don't know what is up with the YouTube search bar. Have you guys noticed this? Anybody with like 100 subs, it's about impossible to find them. Like if I type in, I just did it on Coffee with Comment, and he's got like 420 subs, and you can type in verbatim Coffee with Comment, just like his channel. It will not show you his channel. You guys found that?
You're echoing like a motherfucker, dude.
Like I don't think it's me.
Somebody's echoing.
Oh yeah, that's me. I'm on my phone. I echo. So.
Try turn your volume down just a little bit, or one or two. Maybe that'll help.
No, that's just what she does. She's a ginger. They don't give a fuck.
Well, I'm a ginger too. In my phone, I'm on my phone right now too.
Honestly, I just can't be asked to go get my computer right now. I don't want to. So.
Go get your computer right now.
Well, I don't think more. I don't. If you just
listen,
keep, if you just just keep
wait a minute. She shut you up, dude. You gotta listen to her. Shut up, Cabbage.
That was good. That was a good one.
God damn it, woman. It's supposed to be your line. Like, you're supposed to talk right now. What the hell, woman?
I'm sorry, I'm too busy laughing.
You're messing up your lines. You're obviously not a good actress.
I wasn't given a script.
Oh, I didn't send that to you? Fuck.
No!
Oh, my bad.
Jeez! You dropped the ball on this one.
He does
my bad, yeah.
about it.
You blame the actor, sure. Fuck.
Wait, it's actress, right? You're not an actor.
Hey, it's 2017. I can be whatever I want to be, okay?
Yeah, everything.
Okay, Riley.
Yeah.
Listen and believe, or you're a rape apologist.
I call myself an actrite.
Nobody asked you, Cabbage.
Yeah, well, I'm giving you it anyway. Fuck you.
Bloody fucking hell.
I have a feeling you say that sentence a lot, Cabbage.
Well, you know, you have to have a cat.
Nobody asked, but I'm giving it to you anyway. Now hold still and take it.
As the bishop said to the choir boy.
Buttercup, you've heard that a couple times in your life, huh?
What?
As the bishop
Just
said
still and take it. You've heard that once or twice.
As the bishop said to the choir boy.
Come on, that was a good joke, asshole. Damn,
And
makes me
it's
feel like a
quiet.
creep. Everybody goes quiet, like I'm a creepo. Fuck you.
Self-awareness is a very important thing.
Valid joke.
Okay. Why am I here?
No, why
Because I
any of us here?
invited you and you came on. Good for
What
you.
is the meaning of life?
42.
Yeah, apparently, but what's the question?
No, 33.
No, the meaning of life is 42, or in other words, whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, because nobody knows what the question is.
Well, no, 33, because Rolling Rock is like the best beer. And that's
It's
their
nice to
number.
see you again,
So-
Cabbage and everybody, but unfortunately, I got to go to the airport, guys. So I got to drop out. So I'll talk to you later.
Bye,
Okay,
MC.
All right,
Take
later,
care.
MC.
All right.
So,
Yeah, that's man. Yeah. No,
Well, that was abrupt.
no, he's got some things going on.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
glad he even joined in to begin with, really. Like, yeah, there's some shit going on. I don't really
yeah.
want to get into it because it's not my place, but yeah.
Yeah, he's a good troop, and he hung in there tonight. He probably needed a little break, I'm assuming. But yeah, that was definitely good. But the meaning of life is a spectrum.
now you see, the people, it's pathetic, isn't it? They don't get 42, they don't know the reference.
No.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, you bloody Philistines.
33. I talk about beer, dude. I don't care about movies.
42. Wasn't a movie, it was a book. Well, it was turned into a crappy movie.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Because I was about to ask you, like you probably. I'm assuming you read the book because I've only heard bad things about. I heard the book.
Yeah, series of books, 4 of them.
Yeah, I heard that was amazing. I heard the movie was shit.
Yep.
Which is it's a shame when they do that. Like Atlas Shrugged. I don't know if you guys watch Atlas Shrugged, but the book is a little bit different than the movies.
Yeah. Watch
Wait,
Captain
so you're
as
talking
well.
about Ayn Rand? You know, like the ultimate libertarian? Is that who you're
No,
talking about?
Ayn Rand, yeah.
I'm saying
Ayn
her.
Rand, yeah.
I'm saying her books were wonderful, but the movie that was done wasn't perfect. Like it was a decent try. It was like nobody would make this thing, right? So they had to like do it very indie, but they had to change actors, and it just became a kind of a debacle.
Yeah. Between part 1 and part 2, they changed the actors, so it didn't really have any continuity.
Mhm.
But it was cheesy.
Yeah, I mean it was still like there and done, but not real great. Kind of like 1984, maybe. Like I've only watched that once, but the book was, much more visceral than the movie was.
Or the Clockwork Orange.
Oh,
something
yeah.
like
That's classic.
Oh my gosh.
I've never read Clockwork Orange.
I tried to read it. But it's
You forgot how to.
No, because it's in a made up language. So it was a little more difficult to read than I wanted it to be.
Yeah, but it's not really a made-up language. I mean, it's sort of like a variation on the language. It just tweaks, you know?
I mean, it's
The expressions are very unusual. So.
Well, no, I mean, I read an interview with the writer who said that it wasn't. It was based on. I don't remember what he said it was based on. It was based on a language. It was based on a way of speaking, but that it was pretty much made up. Like.
Yeah, it was.
So.
Yeah, it was Alan Bennett who wrote it. Oh, Stanley Kubrick, I remember.
But anyway.
Director. I can't remember who wrote the bloody thing
now. So it was just harder to read than I wanted it to be because of that. So it took a little bit of the enjoyment out of it.
Mm-hmm. But Phil, oh shit, sorry, I think I'm getting narcolepsy. But the film was good.
Stream to the bulb like I did the other day.
Yeah, exactly. I've done that before. Don't you worry. That's what happened earlier on. I was going to come in. I said, have my dinner. I just sat back down, listening. Yeah. Letting it settle, and then I passed out.
Well, it's like stretching my back out. I've got kind of some back surgery issues, things, and I was like, I just laid on the floor and I was talking to you guys, so I just passed right out.
Dude,
I always think it's funny when people fall asleep on streams.
That's first for me.
It was like 3 hours of him snoring.
It was. It was.
Pick me out something. Or did you guys just use it as background ambient noise?
Yeah, pretty much. We were just rapping to your snoring, dude.
It was a chuckle. So it would be in the middle of a really important point, and all of a sudden there'd be you going.
Oh, dude, I'm so bad. If I've been drinking, I snore like I saw a log, dude. And like normally I have one of those CPAP machines, like I don't like need it, but it helps. Like I get better sleep with it. And I didn't have that at all because I was just chilling on the floor. So I was like really, really putting on a show for you guys.
Yeah, it's good. Don't you worry. Just quite funny that when someone's making a really important point and somebody's snoring in the background, it detracts from the severity of what they're saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
That's such an important point. Somebody's asleep.
Isn't that how the British do their politics? Everybody just sleeps while the few elite argue.
Oh, yes, we do. It's like the bloody Muppet Show. Haven't you seen the House of Commons? They're all just shouting at each other like fucking petulant 2-year-olds. It's like a bloody kindergarten.
I guess last night, Cabbage, I was telling you how to run your own country. I don't remember that, but maybe I was. I was kind of drunk. But
well, you could try to hear some gentle guidance. It's all right. It'll be a cold day in hell before we take advice from the colonies. Thank you very much.
Was I right, at least partially?
I don't know. I can't remember either.
That's too funny. Hell, man. Yeah, all of us are like partying this weekend. I've been kind of like laying low on using it up too much. I've been doing really good, exercising a lot and stuff, but hey, man, it's July 4th weekend, so we're all fucking doing our thing.
Yeah.
How you been, Buttercup? Yeah. How's your channel going? You doing pretty good?
I mean, I'm not gonna complain. I'm at 156 subs so far, and yeah, we're getting there. I'm getting there.
I wish I had. God damn it!
What?
You're getting there, Doc. You're gonna get.
I wish I had tits. I'd be at 150 subs. Man. No, begging for these other 8 people. Like, come on, guys.
It's funny because I really don't show my tits in any of my videos, so.
I see some cleavage. I watched your channel.
Oh, so there's one. Yeah, I think there's only one where you can see cleavage.
What's wrong with cleavage anyway? Why is everyone like bad? What's the negative fucking press on cleavage?
Oh,
Yeah.
no negative. No negative. It's all positive press.
Oh, yeah. Let it be. Let it be, man. Don't fuck it. Don't fuck it up for the rest of us.
Yeah.
No,
Right? Yeah, Buttercup, keep up the cleavage.
look,
You
there's
need more than
really
one
only
video. What the
one,
hell?
and that's in that thank you video that I made, and that's just because that was the shirt that I had on. It wasn't intentional.
No, it's
What?
not okay. You have to have more cleavage videos, according to Cabbage.
I ain't saying
If I can
more.
get
I was just saying don't knock the cleavage that exists.
if I can get to 200 subs, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put out a video, one every day of 1 week, where it's just cleavage.
Excellent. Then we can move up to nipple.
Oh
It's a
shit,
slow
she
process,
dropped
but
out.
eventually we'll get you
Where
there.
it's just cleavage and then gone. God damn it.
Then it's going to be iced nipples and a tight t-shirt.
Dude. Hello?
What? Hello.
God. I swear I'm getting stalked by Nazis. That's
No, dude, and like, where is Buttercup? We were talking about cleavage.
Dude, dude, I got Nazis stalking me, dude. Like real ones. Like there she is.
Google Hangouts is a whore.
Dude, it's guilt by association, dude. I'm telling you. I got literal Nazi stalkers at this point. That's what I feel like. Like I disavowed Nazis and now I got Nazis like stalking me.
You're all like shaved head and shit. I shaved my head too. I'm going bald. But yeah, you're all shaved head. I got these stalkers. What the fuck, dog?
I've got Nazi werewolves.
Yeah, it's like I don't know what. No, this guy showed up. Like I was trying to tell me, the guy showed up, dude, and he was like all 1488 to the max in the stream, and we kind of like poo-pooed him or whatever. He called us a bunch of cucks and left and destroyed our stream, is what it seems like. And I've been like getting kicked off of streams like all day. I don't know what the hell the problem is. I'm kind of joking about it. I don't really think it's the Nazi. I think it's a bad connection or something. But
yeah,
something.
Okay, Buttercup. We were talking about cleavage.
Yeah.
You have to get back to him.
Anyway,
no,
so it's going to be a week of
I progressed
cleavage shots giggling. That's what it's going to be.
I progressed it from cleavage to nipple.
All right, well, I'm going to go start up some new accounts. And,
All right, so I'm at 156. I need to get to 200. So
44 accounts then?
I
Yeah,
just want to
44.
hit 100, man. So if you're gonna help her out, help me out, dog.
You don't have cleavage.
Yeah,
No,
you don't have-
not the kind we want to
That
see
is
anyway.
true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's see some big fucking hairy cleavage.
Yeah, you don't want to see my hairy chest.
Gotta show the baloney tits off. You ever heard that Jerky Boy skit?
Bloody fucking hell, mate.
He's talking about the Jeopardy. He's trying to get this dude on Jeopardy. He's like, hey, you got some of them fucking baloney tits there? You guys remember Jerky Boys at all?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I used to have a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, they're sweet. The Jeopardy skit. Jerky Boys Jeopardy. Right up afterwards. They're hilarious.
So I guess according to Ogre, I get 15 minutes tomorrow to talk to Poison in the well. I didn't know he was gonna do it up in like, you know, you get like 10 minutes and you get fuck off.
Why? Who's he got? Special guest or something?
Poison in the well, Sophane, and his partner. I don't know.
Fat Pat.
I want to leave that alone.
Well, I think
I'm not sure their relationship.
Well, I think that the deal there is like, because I got on with him at like, I got like 10 minutes to talk to him kind of thing. But it wasn't like a authoritarian thing. It was just like people were coming and going and he wanted to keep about like 5 or 6 people there. It wasn't like a.
Yeah, well,
He's
fuck me with the Sargon one.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Ogre is very organized when he does stuff like that.
Bollocks. But well, if that is the case, then he has a lot more to answer for.
Yeah, Sargon's really cool though. I've been getting more into his stuff. I mean, I've heard about him, and I've watched some videos over the last year, but I guess I've been more into other people. It's not that I didn't like him, I just didn't get as much into him, I guess, as I have lately.
Yeah, he does some interesting topics.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot of people in my like real life circle ever talking about it or anything. I've just kind of found it from being online in the last year. But that guy can go on and on though, for sure.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Like you, Cabbage.
British disease, mate. It's the British disease.
Well, Mad Dodge too. Mad Dodge can talk all night long.
Yeah.
Depends on what we're talking about, but yeah, I can.
If it's Civil War related, shit can go 5 days straight.
6 or 7, dude. I'll keep going.
Yeah, it was another good combo with you and MC, dude. I'm telling you guys need a show. Like, just the two of you, and nobody else is on there, like, once a week. You get together for, like, 1 hour and time it. And then you trade channels every week or something. 1 week it's on his. He don't even have a channel. He needs a damn channel. The dude needs to get a channel, for sure. And
yeah, that's what I was telling Cabbage last night, actually. He needs a fucking channel.
I've got a channel. I create a channel, but only so I could do my watch list and, you know.
Yeah, but you don't really use it, you know what I mean?
Nah, I've still got 91 subs somehow.
I have bars on my cell phone. I'm not even using Wi-Fi.
Wait a minute, Cabbage, you have 91 subs? I just hit 92 and I actually put out content. You're a dick.
Yeah. No. I'm so easily hateable.
You got any plans to put out videos, Cabbage? I mean, you should.
I've thought about it, but I don't know, because it's one of those things, once you get to it, you know, people expect it then. And I don't want to be one of those people who just puts one thing out every, like, 6 months or something.
Well, it's like,
you know, I need a format, or I need some idea of what I'm going to do before I commit to it.
Well, just do it, man. That's what I mean. Like, dude, if you've garnered enough support to have 91 subs and not even have turned out a video, like, dude, if you start turning out videos, you'll take off, man. I know you will. You know what you're talking about. You're an interesting person to listen to. I'm sure you'll kill it.
Nice of you to say. I appreciate that. I do. But yeah, I don't know where these people come from. Obviously, far too much time on their hands.
What do you mean, to produce videos?
No, the 91 subscriptions.
Oh, well, it's just people you've interacted with, bud. Like, I've subscribed to you just because I know who you are now. Like,
oh, all right.
You know what I mean? Like, if we're like the people that make interesting comments on Facebook, or not on Facebook, but on YouTube. Like, if I'm on a video and I see they make a really good point, I go and sub to them just out of.
It's like support. A courtesy gesture.
Yeah, but a lot of them, and I'm talking like 90%, have no videos. You know, they're just on there, logged into their account and talking on there. But if they ever start, I'm sure they'd be good because they know what they're talking about and have interesting things to contribute to society, you know?
Well, I might give it a shot. I don't know.
You should, because what I found out was I didn't even go into it. I was just like, all right, I'm just going to talk. And I started doing it. And I started getting more into it with these car videos where I would just drive in my car to work. I put the camera up and just talk into it. And I started kind of doing that. And I've
watched a few of those.
Yeah,
I watched, I watched quite a few of them. It was one of those really just fun ones, you know.
Sweet, yeah. I mean, I don't even do any cuts. I don't edit them at all. I just kind of, if it's good, like if I do it and it feels okay, I put it up. And I thought it was kind of stupid at first. I was like, you know, who's gonna take me seriously? I'm just driving in my car, but I mean, it has kind of parlayed into more stuff. So I don't think you can really do wrong as long as you're putting something of value a little bit up. You know what I mean?
Nah, we'll see.
Yeah. I would just encourage you guys, like Cabbage, you and MC are like the two people who, and Tigerson, all three of you guys, you don't have like a whole lot of content on YouTube or none maybe. And like you guys are really smart and you should be doing something and just to do it. I mean, because I guarantee you that it'd take off. I mean, you got a reputation of 91 subscribers without putting a single video up there. That's pretty hardcore, you know? Like saying he's got 92 and he's been putting out content and streaming pretty hardcore for a while, so I
didn't know that was important. I thought that was just sort of, you know, just what happens with people. I didn't realize it was anything unusual.
Oh,
you know,
it is.
So, you know, you go on Facebook and all of a sudden you've got, you know, 30, 40 friends. It's like, well, I don't know any of these fucking people.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to look for you on like Twitter and Facebook and stuff. I can't find you.
I don't do Facebook and I don't do Twitter.
Yeah. Well, the thing there, I guess, is just like if you start doing it. I mean, like, you know, I guess like you have to ask yourself like why you're doing the YouTube thing, you know?
Yeah, I just don't want to link, you know, YouTube into Twitter and into all of the other social media because I just don't want the headache of it. You know, following trends and fucking twittered people and God knows what else. I just can't be asked with it.
Well, and that's just
hassle.
That is like to each their own thing. Like I kind of get it. I like to now. I was on Facebook years ago, like when it was coming up, I guess, because I was in a metal band and like I would promote shows on there and I would put our music on there and stuff like that. And that was pretty good. But Facebook's kind of a gulag. It's really bizarre. But
gulag, I love that.
Twitter's a little bit different, and Twitter's more speaking to the world, and I've kind of gained a good hold in Twitter world, more so than my videos. Like my videos are okay, but my Twitter seems to be doing pretty good. I'm constantly going up in Twitter numbers, which is cool. But yeah, like I'm kind of into the whole followers thing, not just because I'm trying to like got a big head and I want to get huge or something, but because I think it means something as a whole. Like if the whole side of the movement or argument or these people that have interesting things to say outnumber the people who have less interesting things to say, I think we'll eventually win out in the free market of ideas, perhaps.
Well, but whose ideas would you say are the freedom ideas and which are the bad ones?
Man,
so like,
are you a Jungian or a Freudian?
What the?
Are you a Jungian or a Freudian?
Yeah, I would.
Oh, I guess more Freudian.
I'd probably be more of a Jungian, even though I haven't studied either one. I just know a little bit about each one. And I listen to Jordan Peterson. I hear him talk about Jung all the time. Jung. So I would think that I would probably side more with him, although I can't really make an honest distinction as I've not read.
Well, are you Jean-Paul Sartre or Nietzsche? Which camp do you fall in that?
I mean, that's what I mean, like more Jordan Peterson. I know he's talked about Jung. He likes Jung a lot. So I would think that I'm more probably prone to that sort of thinking, although I've not delved into either one very much. So I just don't have a very based opinion on that, I guess.
Sure. Yeah. See, that's the thing as well. That's one of the reasons that I'm, you know, averse to doing anything, because you got people like, you know, Sargon, and you've got Dave Cullen and the Thunderfoot and people like that, and they're really smart people, and they pretty much say everything that I've really got to say. So it just seems like me saying it would just be redundant because it's already being said by so many other people, and very eloquently.
I thought that for 5 years. And when I started doing it, I realized the only mistake I made is not doing it 5 years ago. Because you are not Sargon of Akkad. You are Cabbage Patch Bastard. And you have good things to say about society and people. You're well-spoken. And you do have value. So I think you should be making videos because I would watch them. And I would watch it.
Oh, I appreciate that feedback. I really do. I just naturally thought, you know, I just figured the marketplace was pretty much saturated.
And I mean, I'm not just saying that to just kiss your ass or something, but I mean, just like...
No, I appreciate it. I know what you're saying. I just figured the marketplace was saturated. You know, I just figured that it was, you know, there's so many people out there doing it now that the chance of anybody giving a shit was going to, you know, it's kind of like taking a piss in an ocean.
That's right.
Or being a minnow, you know, swimming among whales.
Well, that's what I thought too. Like, that's what kept me from doing it for 5 years. Is like, why would anyone listen to me? What do I have to say? Other people are already saying it. All I'm doing is like picking stuff up from other people, probably. But as it turns out, people do like what I have to say, and it's been a really positive experience when, like, you have certain viewers that like are fans of yours, and they're like, "Hey, what's up? You haven't released a video. You doing all right and stuff?" You know, like you start to touch people on a level like that, and it's like, wow, I do have value. I do have worth. More than what you thought you did, because I already knew that I did, but it wasn't like I wanted to put that on display because of narcissism or something. It's just like I think that all these discussions that we have are very positive to society and moving forward, and I think that I feel like culturally we're all shifting together a little bit. Now everybody has different ideas about what's right and wrong is the best way to go, but we're forming like coalitions of at least people that can talk to each other. Because there's people like us that we can talk to each other, and there's people that we talk to and they just hate us for no for they don't understand, don't want to understand.
Well, I think what's happening from what I've seen, the majority of it is not really that, there's a new group forming as a sort of counter movement. I think what's happening is that the social justice people and the far left people are diminishing their percentages just purely because of how radicalized they're getting. So the rest of us are all, I mean, even though we have complete, maybe totally different perspectives on so many other things,
yes,
we can all have a consistent enemy, which is that craziness. You know what I mean? So it's like the enemy of my enemy is my friend sort of principle, as opposed to actually people having a deep philosophical, liaison of minds.
Correct.
I think that,
but that's important, because if you start making content, you're one more person on the side of sane rationalism. You know what I mean? Even if you don't think that you have a whole lot extra to contribute, you can contribute a number yourself to like the discussion. You know what I mean? And that in itself adds numbers to
that's why I like coming in and joining in with other people and stuff. Just sort of like add to something that they're already creating, and maybe contribute that way, rather than being specifically doing it for myself.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing too, because you're really helping other people, and you still are contributing. I guess I just like to bestow some credit on you. I'd like to be able to tweet out Cabbage Patch Bastard and be like, "What up, dude?" And stuff like that. And, you know what I mean? Like, it's I just nudge you a little bit in the direction of doing a little bit more something, get more creative.
Always add me in Hangouts, mate.
Oh yeah. Well, it's definitely it's always been a pleasure to hang out with you. It seems like I'm always drinking too, and I don't drink cold. Like, I've really been doing good, but 4th of July weekend and shit. So,
that's all right. I can drive a Puritan.
They're all lies. He drinks all the time.
I can drive a Puritan to drink. Don't worry.
Yeah, we drink some brandy wine or something, some cool stuff, some sophisticated drink.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess.
No, that's not what the 4th of July is about. It's about some fucking unsophisticated drinks, bourbon, beer. Like the good old shit.
You finish the night on the porch on the veranda with a cognac and a cigar.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just drinking some Centennial IPA from Founders in Michigan. Have you ever had Founders before, Mad Dodge? You drink craft beer at all?
I do drink microbreweries, but I've never had that.
Yeah, Founders is. I mean, we're pretty far apart, but Founders is gonna get big. They finally got a commercial on regular TV now. So
we have like Nakazi over here and a bunch of other shit. So
like this stuff. Yeah, and Oregon too. By the way, bud, Oregon and Michigan are like at the same latitude for hops growing, and those are the two biggest exploding hops market states. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh yeah, the Cascade hops is some good hops. That's what I'm going to use to brew my beer.
Yep. So like the 45th
Zero
parallel.
Passion Cascade hops.
Yep. I think, and doesn't that run through Britain, the 45th parallel too? Now that I'm thinking about it.
Probably. Well, where did you say which? Because we're pretty much close to. If you actually look, I think London's pretty much opposite Montreal in latitude. We're quite high up.
Yeah, I was gonna just put England on it. Yeah, it's kind of high up there for sure. It's not like super high, but England seems like. I mean, like, how much snow do you guys get there?
Very
Like
little.
very little.
Yeah, snow's actually pretty rare. We'll get snowstorms. We just get really crappy, unreliable weather. It's, one minute it can be raining, the next minute blazing sunshine, and then, back to raining and cold again. It's weird.
It's always gray, I know that, or it's not always gray, but many times it's gray, which is very much like Michigan. That's why I was kind of asking.
Yeah. The majority of the time it is grey. But you see, England's a bit weird. Its latitude doesn't reflect it because it's got the Gulf Stream.
Yeah,
the Gulf Stream, so you got the warm water coming up, and that kind of protects us. That's why we're not like Iceland and Norway or whatever.
Yeah, because I mean, you guys, like, I'm looking at it. You guys are more northern. You're like where Canada's at, or like Newfoundland, or what? Yeah, like Newfoundland, basically like straight across from Newfoundland. And it seems like you'd be getting just pounded with snow compared to us.
But it depends. If we get winds coming from in winter, if you get winds coming in from Russia or you get them coming in from the north, it is bitter. It gets really cold.
Yeah.
And I mean bone-chillingly cold. But then, the next day some weather pattern has come up from the Gulf, and next thing you know, it's 50 degrees. It's just very odd. That's why English weather. That's why people talk about it so much, because you never know what the hell's going to happen.
It is very strange because, like, I always kind of somewhat think of you guys like across from New York, but you're not really across from New York. You're more across from Newfoundland. You really look, which would make you think that it would be freezing cold up there.
It can be, but it isn't always.
Michigan is freezing ass cold. Yeah, I can't imagine living in like Norway or Sweden or something like that. That's got to be freezing up there, huh?
Oh yeah, I went to Finland one time. Hell was cold. That's when I really understood what cold was.
Yeah. I mean, the whole country's like a whole country above you guys. Like in Iceland, too. I imagine Iceland.
Yeah. Well, the clue's in the name, isn't it?
Yeah. Which is the opposite, of course, of Greenland, because then Greenland is actually even colder than Iceland.
Well, having said that, Iceland is really nice in the summertime.
I've heard that, too. And that's perplexing to me because it's so far north.
Yeah, but don't forget that the Earth's tilt. So when you come to summer, it's like, being in Alaska. You then end up with the sort of, like in Finland, in the winter, you got maybe 4 hours of sunlight. In the summer, you've got, it's pretty much light all the time.
Yeah.
Sun goes down, it pops back up again.
I've always wanted to go to Iceland, too. I think that's
gorgeous.
I'm a geography person. I love maps and things. Like, I love I can stare at maps and look at all the little towns and everything on there.
Be a cartographer.
Yeah. Kind of. I mean, I'm a hillbilly, I guess, but I like I stare at maps, But yeah, having a good weekend, man. Having a good weekend. I was gonna try to finish my website. I'm working on this website thing, but I just keep streaming and having fun, which is also good too. Because the more streaming I've done, like the more subs I've gained doing that too, and the more cool people I've met all across the board. But I'm trying.
My dog, he can mirror this on his website, can't he?
Well, on YouTube, I mean, I'm saying I'm like working on my website, like actual website.
Yeah, just thinking, so if you got some extra content, if you go onto somebody's, stream or whatever, and you just ask them if you can mirror it, at least it shows you're adding content, because maybe they don't know that you've been on this stream. So if you can mirror it, You know what I mean? We're obviously making a mention, a shout out for Matt.
Yeah, that's what I was. Well, part of my website thing I'm trying to do is like when I do a guest appearance, I can post it on my website. Like I can, link like Mad Dodge's channel to it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of getting there, but it's a labor of love for sure because it's definitely way more intense than I thought it was going to be. But it's definitely going to be worth it because I'm doing some really cool stuff with it, and I'm trying. It's like over a month. I keep talking shit like on my channel, like, oh, I hit 100 subs, and I got this project I'm working on. Now I'm like at 130, and I still haven't finished my project. Like I'm just like in a, what would you call it, limbo with it. Like I keep doing stuff with the project.
What the fuck, man?
I know,
Yeah.
son.
Well, what is it you want to do with it? With the website? I mean, what's the purpose of it?
There's a few things. I've got it's multi-purpose, which is why it's taking forever. But the first thing is like if you go to reviewtheearth.com, you'll see that it's just a news aggregator, meaning it goes to a bunch of different news sites on its own. I don't have to do anything. And it fetches news and puts it in one spot for me. Yeah. So if you just look at the main page, that's all the main page really is. It's got like my Twitter feed embedded into it, and then Trump's, and then past that, it's just a bunch of news, and you can just scroll, and it's all fast breaking news that's happening right this second. So that's one thing. That's one angle. I got weather on there, and then I've got some like action stuff I'm trying to work on, and some goals, and like resources, and just like a library. I'm kind of building a library on there, and I'm trying to find a place to like kind of promote YouTube and stuff like that too. So like if I talk about something on a stream, then I can back it up with some facts on my webpage type of thing or whatnot. Put sources on there and provide sources, things like that.
Yeah.
But basically because I wanted something that I could like when I'm doing a live stream, I can do it on my phone. I figured this out too. I can do a live stream from my phone, but not a Hangout live stream. Like nobody can join, but I can still do a live stream from my phone while screen sharing my website and just scroll through it and talk about it. Like if I'm at the mall, I can sit on a bench, literally at the mall, do a live broadcast, talk about things, show it and source it right on my website. So that's kind of what I'm trying to build, but it's taking forever. It's like,
cool.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a labor of love, like I said. But I think that when it gets done, it's going to be very useful for a lot of different things. I've got a lot of different projects, like because Mad Dodge is a libertarian, which I'm pretty much a libertarian. I'd say I'm like 80%, 85% libertarian. So a big part of like my political activism would be to get third party, fourth party, fifth party recognition on ballots instead of just Republicans and Democrats, and try to push that as a political thing, not because of my party per se, but just to get more discourse. The two-party system has really been a stranglehold on our country, I feel. Like,
well, and Washington even said that the party system was crap, pretty much. It was shit.
Yeah, I mean, in my thing that I would envision eventually, the thing, if I could have one like rule about voting, it would be to strip all of the R's and D's right off the ballot. So you had to know who you were voting for when you went in there. Like you couldn't vote straight party. I would want that. And I'm not saying I don't know if it's legal or whatever. I'm just saying I think it's a good idea to try to strive for moving parties off the ballot, so you actually have to do research and know who you're talking, who you want.
Absolutely. Well, the two-party system was designed basically to make it cheaper and easier for the corruption. Yes. If each person's independent, it's a damn sight harder to corrupt the system, right? If you do it with a party and you have the party whip, you have to remove the power of the whip if you want real representation from from your representatives. Yeah. It's the only way it can realistically be done. And that means if you're going to remove the whip, you have to remove the concept of the party.
Yeah. So. Yeah, and So maybe that's where I'm going. I just think it'd be beneficial, like when you go in to vote, that you don't see a party and you can't just punch R or D. You like have to know who you're voting for. Like you have to have some kind of basis in reality when you go in there. And if you
Yeah.
don't, and then if you don't know who, like you're like, oh, I see 3 people. I don't know which one's the Republican or which one's the Democrat or whatever. Don't vote. You know what I mean? Like stay the hell out of it. Let people who know what the hell's going on vote. Like that just seems like.
Yeah, but I also think that there should be a none of the above option.
Yeah,
There is no way you can have true representation if you can't say none of them. Go away, bring us back people who actually do represent us. You know what I mean?
Yes, I think that would be part of that'd be part B to my thing. A would be take all the R's and D's off. B would be add none of the above, and if none of the above wins, guess what? You do it again. You do it again until somebody wins. And I think that would just be massive, huge. You know what I mean?
And it can't be the same people. You know what I mean? They can't just keep throwing the same people back at you. They have to have proper options.
If none of the above wins, then the 2 people who are running, they get kicked out, and the new process begins. That sounds
fair. I would say they're excluded from another round. You know what I mean? They can't come. They can't be recycled back into the system.
Yes, I would totally agree. I think that I don't know why that's the solution as far as you ask me. That's one major push towards more freedom and more liberty would be to actually get someone that the people actually vote for, and having none of the above on there. You know, quite frankly, none of the above is almost more important than the R and the D. None of the above be on there for sure, because you're right. You nailed it right on the head, dude. Because if you could actually vote for none of the above, and then voting for none of the above meant the other people who won their primaries had to be excluded and you had to do it again. Wow, what a check and balance that would be, huh?
Oh, yeah. And plus, of course, breaking the party system as well would mean that the lobbyists will become effectively neutered.
Yeah. Yes.
Because there wouldn't be the power of the whip, so that they couldn't get a vote on anything if they didn't actually believe in it. So that would be a major hit.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm more interested in. Like, I'm not really interested in like left-right paradigm politics, although I do tend to lean a little bit more towards the right. I am a Trump guy, but I'm more of a libertarian, like Mad Dodge, really. And I was trying to explain that earlier. In ideology, I'm more like Mad Dodge. In conception, maybe more like MC, because it was us 3 on here earlier. And so that's kind of where I'm standing. I'm kind of like in between them 2 politically on the spectrum, but I'm definitely more for fighting for at least the right for the voting. And I don't like, no, who could be against that? What idiot would be like, no, I don't want a none of the above. No, I want to have the R and the D because I don't want to think at all. You know what I mean? Like, what person wouldn't want more better choice? It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's all it's logic. I mean, it's purely, if you really want to fix the problems, there are options. The reason that they haven't been addressed is because they're not the options that work for the existing system. You know, it obviously.
Oh no, son of a bitch! You there?
But no, yeah, the system is all the same. And to wrap it up, I would say that you guys are both right, really.
Yeah.
When it comes down, yeah, I mean, so really, we're all on the same side.
That's what I'm saying, man. And that's what we're getting to is like where the rubber meets the road, dude. You are my brother. You know what I mean? Like we are all fighting for liberty and freedom in our own little ways. And that's really what's most important. And we'll get to the promised land, dude. But it's just going to take some time. And that's why I like Trump. It's not because, you know, I know that he doesn't follow the libertarian philosophy. I understand that completely. But it's a stopgap. He is a breath of fresh air. He's something that it's a break. We get a break from the other side dominating the shit out of us for a while. We get a little bit of shelter. We can't piss it away.
That's a good way to put it, that review. I'm gonna wrap it up. I am Mad Dodge Productions, and go ahead and like and subscribe. And I think I'm gonna get on out of here. Have a good night, guys.
All right. Sorry about that. The thing just crapped out.
Oh, Cabbage, we can go on a private chat if you want, but I think I'm gonna wrap this shit up right now.
Yeah, sure. Fair enough.
Yeah, we're all getting hunted by Nazis. They keep crashing the stream, dude. It was wonderful talking.
All right, I'll see you guys in the private chat. I'm gonna hit leave call right now.
All right.
Listen, man.